I think Ted's on the phone trying to get his Cash App money back. Oh, I'm just kidding.
I'm trying to find the video of Nonos there right before we got arrested. Isn't that funny? Was that to try
Okay.
to justify
I
what he
guess
was
for
going to
live.
do?
I was trying to figure out what was going on there.
Is it?
We're YouTubers.
Juanita, I was worried that they were coming after
but the
you
complaints-
next.
I'm on Streamlabs, so
Well, I kind of did get that
that's where
feeling.
that's where
Some
we're at.
things
I didn't get
happened
much
along the
reply on
way,
X,
and
so
luckily Minerva was available, and
let me
we were able to,
change views here. Yeah, I'll see what I'm watching here.
Oh yeah.
moves and
Say-
continue moving.
That's
I
right.
waited.
Say less. You already know.
I waited a long time, tried to get access, get onto Alex's stream. I was going to share the videos and all that stuff. So,
Like this is going to justify it. And look at his forehead right there.
you know,
You mad at me?
I don't
You mad at me, Manonos?
know. So, hello, proud Mimi, 2022. Thanks for stopping in.
Well, it's interesting
It's,
that
it's something was weird. I tried to go live and it didn't go live, and then
That's what I'm saying.
I hit the go live button again. It has to go through this whole process of linking them all up and all that stuff. So it finally, I showed up on the screen and I was like, okay, I'm live. So, but yeah, I tried for an hour and something, trying to get a link to on Alex's stream. I was going to share the videos because that I know of, he hasn't shown those videos yet of where he
Just reminded myself.
was accused of urinating in public. And I was going to show it and I'll share it. I'll share it here. You know, after we get some viewers in here, then, you know, I'll share it just so that y'all can see it, especially for anybody who's not on X type thing.
They said I needed my wallet.
So,
And they said, you need your phone? I go, nope, because I usually don't get my phone back. Sometimes they don't. So, yeah, so she did that, but I didn't expect them to. I'm blessed that I have children like that.
Yeah,
Wow.
I just wanted to real quick give a big shout out to them because they could have just ignored everyone and said, you know, hey, I'm worried about my dad, leave us alone, you know, whatever. But they were like,
so I sort of listened to this conversation here,
talk to these people,
and
people know what's going on. So
I guess it's
give them big ups.
they were talking about the fact of people sending money to other people to add to the pile and whatever, and wanting to know where the money's at and all this stuff. I don't know what's going on. That's why I'm not involved in that stuff. So, just saying. Yeah, so people have asked, you know, different streams and all that stuff.
Awesome.
At some point, I'm gonna try to do a live to show others how to use the software, whether you're using Streamlabs or StreamYard. And I hope that'll be informative to you guys.
Ted, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going?
So I don't know who Ted's on the phone with.
How was the pizza ordering, Ted? Did you get?
I've got it turned down, so I don't know how much of that y'all can actually hear. So if y'all want to hear it, let me know, and we'll turn it back up. So.
Go ahead, you handle that. We're good. We're going to continue.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna start a stream.
Okay,
We'll go as long as y'all want to go. Y'all give a topic, and we can bring it up, discuss it, look into stuff.
Jaylene, what's up? How you been?
Type thing. I can
Good. Been doing.
I can shut off Alex's stream here.
What are you, you still in school? Were you in like college or something?
Yeah, I'm in college.
Wow, good for you. What are you studying? Criminology?
Matter of fact, let me do that now.
I am.
I'll stop that and go to the main screen here. Do a nightcap. Y'all tell me what we want to watch, and we'll watch it. We'll sit and discuss it. We'll talk about it. So y'all just let me know. Again, this is just sort of a hangout thing. I try to get some feedback from everybody before I went live to see what y'all wanted to do. If I had people who wanted to jump on and get on camera and, you know, call in and, you know, do the whole stream, you can call in. My phone number is in there. Of course, I'm not on StreamYard, so you can't see the phone number. But yeah, if you've ever seen the phone number and you have it, go to my Google Voice and it'll play. I can bring you right into the phone call situation here. So, but yeah, that's just, you know, that's something we can set up and do later and all that good stuff. So again, I was just, I saw that JLR posted that's a wrap at the Carmelo Anthony trial, and that he was on to the next one. Now, I don't know if he's, I would suspect he's probably headed to Tucson. I mean, y'all know how that is, so just don't know yet. But yeah, I tried for like an hour and a half trying to get, which I have Alex's number, and I texted him and all that stuff. He sent me a link via text, but all it has is just a straight link for me to join. I don't do it on my phone. I do it on my computer. So nobody would send me the daggone link to get in into Alex's stream. So everybody told me, yeah, I've sent you the link, blah, blah. I never got the link. So I've got a straight link from my phone. And again, I wasn't going to do it from my phone. So I didn't go on Alex's stream and share the videos and all that stuff that I posted, especially in the beginning of his stream a couple of hours ago. He was talking about what he was arrested for and the fact that, urinating in public and all this other stuff. And I was gonna share the video because he hasn't been on X because he's suspended from X. So he hasn't got a chance to see those videos. Granted, he's got his own stream because that's where I clipped it from. But, I was going to help share it to the world that, hey, and let him walk through and explain and all that stuff. So let me see. Just dropped in to give a like and to say hi. Hi, Ann. Thanks for stopping in. It's already 11. Need to call it an early night tonight. Sometimes you got to do that. I understand. I appreciate you for stopping in. Peg's here. Yay, we're live. I'm live. You're live. Everything you say is live. Dad's gone behind the scenes. It's live. Driving to Tucson. You want me to flip it on there for a second? See what he's saying. Dad's gone live. Sorry, I don't think I turned that off, did I? I think I hit the wrong button there. Headphones and mic. Mic's still on, so y'all can still hear me. So, that was streamed 22 hours ago. Let's see. Let's go to his page and see what he's showing. Did I get the wrong name? Dad's gone live is who I think you're saying. Behind the scenes is live. Dad's gone behind the scenes. Yeah. I didn't get to watch it either, Peg.
Opinion that his KVOA is in on it. That's my opinion. Convince me otherwise. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. The KVOA is not in on it. No, I don't want nothing to do with KVOA.
I don't know that I've ever seen this channel. I just now subscribed.
Banner out front of their property. That's it.
That's why. I don't guess I've ever heard this other one.
That is it.
So. So he's driving to Tucson, I guess is what it sounds like. So.
Marilyn says you should go, stay home. You're looking for trouble, you have a family. Look, I have a job to do too. I am a YouTuber. That's what I do for a living.
Right.
I have, and I also said I would go help search for Nancy Guthrie. So I am going to hold my word. You let me worry about my family and you worry about videos you want to watch.
Facts. Just throwing it out there. You're the one sitting here in my damn stream complaining about stuff I'm doing. You probably should change the channel because you might get an earful and you might not like what the hell I'm about to tell you.
In the nicest way possible. But this is my job. I'm not just gonna not do my job.
I'll have to keep that in mind.
That'd be crazy.
Like I said, I've subscribed to
Do I
this
want to
one
be
now.
arrested? No, I don't. I like to mind my P's and Q's. So I'm going to try to avoid that, obviously. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just because you're going to
But,
Tucson doesn't mean you get arrested
I mean,
for
it is
being
what
there.
it is.
Jeez. So Peg, I'd love to show the interview rooms.
I'm a real boy. I'm a real boy.
I can only imagine it's probably like 4 hours long, and not everybody would
Hold
stay
on,
and watch
guys.
the whole thing. So we'd have to start that
You know
stream
what
like
I have to say about that?
6 in the evening.
I'm a real man. I'm a real man. I'm a big boy, and I can go to Tucson. And Nanos, you've been a bad man, Nanos. Bad boy. Nanos is a bad boy.
No, that was a Peg. It was on his screen there. He was stating something about somebody saying something, so make sure my mic's on. Okay, it's on. Just making sure. Yeah, Jacob was talking about somebody who said something in his chat and stuff like that, so yeah, I forget that y'all are a few seconds behind me.
Nanos, you've been a very bad boy.
Hey, Sequoia's in here. Sequoia, got to watch you on Alex's stream. I guess that's probably the first time I've seen you or heard you on there and stuff.
I guess Sherry says she's leaving. Alright, guys. Sherry said, let's see where Sherry's comment's at, if I can find it.
Wait.
So disappointed. I'm out. If you were a smart man, you would stay away.
Look.
And then on day 42, she put screw JLR. So guys, do me a favor, hop in the chat, say something nice and polite to Sherry. Sherry, we'll see you later. And if we don't, well, goodbye. Everyone say goodbye, Sherry.
That's what happens.
Bye now.
Just saying,
But be very nice. So basically, she basically just said, screw this, I'm out. So everyone say, bye, Sherry. Have a good night, Sherry.
Thanks
Be
for
nice.
stopping in.
Be nice, though. Be nice.
I know we just talked on the
I'm literally asking you guys
so,
to nicely say goodbye.
So, I mean, he just...
I didn't block anybody.
He just streaming as he's driving, and, you know...
Chili pepper. I didn't block anybody.
Yeah, I'll pause him and bring me back up full screen here. So, what software are you? Do you guys want me to switch to StreamYard? And that way y'all can, if anybody wants to call in, you don't have to turn your camera on, and you can just talk if you want to. That's totally fine. If y'all want to do that, I'll switch over to it so that y'all can jump in the stream and talk to me instead of me talking and y'all replying and I have to wait for the reply and all that stuff. So if y'all want me to do that, I'll gladly do it. No big deal to me either way. So it just, I think it, well, I think there's somebody live on Facebook. It shows there's one person live on Facebook right now. So I think I can do Facebook there at the same time. Matter of fact, I think I can because I probably didn't do something right the last time. We may have figured that part out, but y'all let me know in the chat. If y'all are fine just talking in the chat and me talking and trying to answer your questions and figuring out what you're saying, or I can switch over to StreamYard and y'all can, I'll send you a link and you can jump into the chat, the live chat in voice or in video, and I'll do either one. So either way, I ain't seen no movement over the chat, y'all, so y'all let me know. I got my vape. I got some sweet tea, so we're ready. Y'all just let me know. See? Right there. Behind the jug. We got a couple coins in there. We got a new chat boss. thanks to that amazing viewer who threw a tip out today twice and got us up to $60 in our tip jar. Again, it's not something, I'm just throwing it out there. And the fact that they took the time to give me a tip, so I'm thanking them. Doesn't mean you have to, it's not required. So let's see if I can get it here. Let me get the camera focus. Pineapple grapefruit. But I mix this pineapple grapefruit flavor with a pineapple grapefruit freeze, which is sort of got like a little touch of menthol in it. It's pretty good. Said I smoked cigarettes for 30 years and 35 years. And ever since I switched over to vaping, taste food and all that stuff. And I don't know if y'all would, I wouldn't have any viewers if I didn't have my nicotine. I'm just saying, it's my fix. I don't drink. I do curse occasionally. I have a button. Try to keep it alive for y'all. Yeah, I vape. So I do vape in my house. I've never smoked in my house. So just for the records. Whatever y'all want to do. Now, we're staying up to at least 2 o'clock now. Okay, you can't be coming here and saying it's about time to go to bed. And it's just 9:20 here in Oklahoma. And I know where you're at. You're just down that way. That's towards Texas right there. Texas. So it's too early for that. Don't start that yawning crap. We just getting started on the late shift here. We'll talk about whatever. So put my phone over here. Anybody got any topics? Anybody got anything they want to talk about? Anything? She said, oh, hell no. You leave when you want to. You're a grown-ass woman. You decide whenever you want to go somewhere. You don't tell us anything. You just say, I'm out. 10:30 maybe. Okay. Well, I got to entertain you for at least an hour then. So what do we want to talk about? Somebody gives a subject. We can't, like I said, if I was to start the interview room, that probably was a 4-hour show, but we're going to have to go back and watch it. I've got to watch it sometime. I watched part of the Carmelo Anthony trial today, so I didn't get to do anything. I did a 3 or 4 hour stream. I did 7 hours of streaming yesterday myself. So, at some point I have to go watch my own stuff. I did watch Roman Atwood's show today. I flipped a little bit of it. Posted on X. I'm sure y'all can hear my wife's dog rather. I don't have dogs. I have cats. That's right. Speaking of which, I have always, for the longest time, I drank Folgers coffee. I think I've discussed this in a previous stream, just for the record, but I'll bring this part up to you guys. If you don't buy coffee in the whole bean, one, it's cheaper, and two, all you gotta do is grind it up yourself. Get your little grinder. I forget what brand I bought the other day, but I ordered some coffee. I thought I was ordering the same stuff I'd been ordering. One, I couldn't find some coffee that one of my friends on X talked me into trying, and my wife can't drink Folgers. It messes her stomach up, so we started drinking Black Rifle caramel, salty caramel. We had dark chocolate. It's pretty good, but salty caramel is what I really like. And so we started drinking that. And about 2, 3, at the most 4 bags in, try to go on Amazon, buy it. And it's like $17.99 for a 12-ounce bag. That shit's expensive, to be honest with you. And so I'm like, I need to find some alternatives. So I looked, and there was a fire department brand, fire department coffee, and they had a salted caramel. So I bought that stuff. I guess I didn't check the thing. I ended up getting a whole bean. So I'm like, what the hell am I going to do with this? I ain't got no grinders. I had to order a grinder on Amazon. So, No, I don't drink Cane's. I don't know that. I may have had it, but Cane's coffee. Is that in a yellow and a blue can? I think so, but I don't think I've ever drank it. I agree with you there, Sequoia. Sheriff's Department in Tucson legally arrested YouTubers. Yeah, I listened to your comments on Alex's channel earlier, and I agree. I mean, as soon as you started talking about it, and you said it basically exactly what I said the other day on X about misdemeanors occurring in front of the officer, you know, in the officer's presence and all that stuff. And I was like, there's somebody else saying exactly what I said. So started in Tulsa. Yeah, I don't know. I don't guess I've ever had Cane's coffee. So yeah, anyway, I got this daggum bag of bean coffee. And again, it's a little bit cheaper than buying it already ground up. So I bought me a grinder, what, $25 on Amazon. Hell, I can have it the next day, you know, because I'm not far from the hub here in Oklahoma City, being I'm living in Norman. So I can usually get something the next day. Usually most stuff comes by 4 a.m. It'll be sitting on my front porch. And if I pay $4.99, I can get it in 3 hours, you know, sometimes on stuff. But that defeats the whole thing. I usually wait and do that whenever I got a big order of stuff that I want, paint for my airbrushing or stuff like that. So, which that reminds me, Sequoia, wait till you see what I'm printing over here, and I'm gonna end up having to print you one. I can tell already. I know it. I can feel it. I can tell. Matter of fact, we got 53 minutes left on this print, and I'm sure if you can see it there. You can't see it there, but it's almost done. So just for the record, you end up wanting one, and I'll have to end up printing you one. I have to meet you halfway between here and there. I'll have to come out towards Sequoia National Wildlife Refuge and meet you out there or something. So, or yeah, we'll figure out something. But I'm gonna have to print you one of these. I can already tell. Yeah, if you haven't ground up your own coffee, and I'm trying to find coffee in bulk so that I can find some good coffee in bulk on Amazon. So, you know, I see your comment there, Peg. And JLR has K-Cups now, so I might have to try his coffee now. See, I make it by the carafe, 47 ounces for me and my wife, because she goes and watches the grandbaby in the mornings. And so I have to make the coffee and have it ready, because here lately I haven't been getting up out of bed by the time she leaves at 7. So, Sequoia Wildlife Refuge, not National Park. Sequoia, did I say National Park? I meant Sequoia Wildlife Refuge down in Vian, Oklahoma, right past Weber's Falls, where the bridge got taken out by the barge and people perished into the it ain't Mississippi. What the hell river is that? Yeah, that river down there. Whatever the hell that river is. Mississippi's over by Tennessee here. It don't come through Oklahoma, I'm just saying. Is it the Arkansas River? Yeah, it's over there somewhere. I don't remember what the hell it is. That's over in Sequoia's neck of the woods. He'll have to tell us what river that is over there. Yeah, I mean, so I'll throw this out there. Sequoia is starting him a YouTube channel. Hopefully you don't mind. If so, I guess too bad, brother. No, Red River South. Okay, I did say refuge. Okay, so it is Arkansas River. I was half-ass right. So I got that part of it. Yeah, the Red River separates Oklahoma and Texas pay. That's what keeps you from being able to come up here and strangle me sometimes, I guess. See, I got 50 different directions I'm going here. I don't even know where the hell my conversation was going. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Sequoia, there you see in the chat. He is on X. He can drop his X handle there. He's a Marine Corps brother. He's also a brother in blue. He's retired. I'm not retired. I didn't retire from an agency. I'm retired, but I'm not retired from an agency. He's retired law enforcement. He's also Marine Corps brother, like I said. So you guys make sure you follow him, follow his wife. You have to drop her handle in there from X. I know we're on Facebook and all that stuff, but that's not for me to do. That's for them to do if they want to do it. Anybody has a YouTube channel, anything like that, feel free to drop it. If you follow each other on X, feel free to drop your X handles in my chat too. I don't care. Hey, that's how we all grow. So that's right. The horns and the boomers. It's the Sooners, honey. Sooners. The boomers and the Sooners. Let me see who else is live out there. But yeah, and so Sequoia, he's gonna be starting a YouTube channel. Me and him was talking on X in the DMs, talking about learning the software and all that stuff. So I have to figure out how I can do it so I can show you guys. So especially you folks that are wanting to try out StreamYard or Streamlabs, which we're on Streamlabs right now. And again, the whole reason why you can do all these different things, you got the little tip jar thing right there. You got the tip thing up there. You got those things up there in that corner. Those are all just part of things you can add in the software. That's one thing good about Streamlabs is you can do all these different things. It plays the music whenever a new subscriber hits. So anybody out there that's not subscribed to my channel, hit that subscribe and we'll see if it rings. Whether you're on YouTube or Facebook. X don't allow those things to intermingle. Now your comments come through on X and you can see me on X, but you can't get no other interaction off X. So sort of weird that it does it that way. But now StreamYard, like your comments, I can't bring up and post them and click on them and interact with your comment and let's sit and talk about your comment type thing like you can on StreamYard. I can do that on StreamYard, so I click on each person's comment as they come up and we can discuss it. So that's sort of neat on that, but you can't do any of the alerts over there. You can't do none of the tips. You can't do none of the all that fun, fancy stuff. So just saying. But yeah, I'll have to figure out a way that we can, so that I can show you my stream at the same time I'm streaming, so I can show you what buttons and all that stuff things do and how to bring people in and all that good stuff. So, more than willing to help people out. Again, it's just one of those things where I've just been, the way I learned it, sitting right here in this chair staring at y'all, learning. So that's how I've done it, just saying. Yeah, that stalker thing. Yeah, it don't say my name on it, so I ain't even gonna discuss it. Even though, yeah, I shared it on X and all that stuff. It was one thing to bring it up, but then I think we may have taken it a little too far. My personal opinion. It's one thing to have the information and keep it to yourself, but just say, yeah, be glad to help you out there. What do y'all want to do? Let me check and see how long. Yeah, like I said, it's now we're 30 minutes already into my stream, and see we're 29 minutes in my stream right now. So I don't want to start the interview room or anything like that. Let me refresh here and see who is still show Damien live too. That's in jail.
Kind of a refresher. I found this TED Talk, and not to the our friend Ted here in YouTube, but he's talking about what is freedom, real free speech.
So you see that tip thing come in right there.
That is mob censorship, not freedom of speech. But unfortunately, 2023 and 2024 were the two worst years for mob censorship and shoutdowns on record. Now, to be clear, not all speech is protected, nor should it be. There are certain categories of speech.
This is getting into some technical and deep stuff, folks. I'm sorry, but I mean that'll just get way into some deep stuff. So, oh, hold on, let me see. So let me show you this right here, Sequoia, on this thing. So earlier, so this is what happened, like on this software right here. I don't know why it won't let me go. Let me click that. So somebody sent a. Damn, now it's tripping out. This is what it sounds like when somebody subscribes. So you can set it up and it'll automatically do these things.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
So that was so. On this software, there's a mini feed, and I can go back and I can replay like somebody just subscribed 7 hours ago, and that was that person, and then they end up giving me a tip. This is what it sounds like. Here's my friend Cindy. Cindy, are you in here? If you're in here, you sure ain't saying nothing. I'm just saying. Okay, so watch my tip jar there. See how it dropped? That was a Facebook follower. And so whenever you get those things, when new people subscribe or follow, depending on which channel they're on, then it'll send that little thing will come across the screen there after it alerts you over here. You saw it come across the screen and it drops down into the jar. And once you get the jar full, I don't know what happens. We're still trying to get there. So, I mean, it's just it's just a cool little thing, you know, it's just something. So I have decided on a new name for the JLR haters. I'm going to call them the Maggot Mafia. Don't be starting no shit, Peggy. I'm just saying. Are you calling them larvae? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's what happened. So, I mean, just neat stuff, you know, whenever people jump in, all that stuff. So it shows that we've had 92, like over here on my software, y'all can't see it, but like right there, y'all can see we only have 3 people in here right now on YouTube. I don't know how many people was viewing here on X. Nobody's commenting, so I don't know. And not that anybody has to go check, but right there it tells you there's 0 people from Facebook and 3 people watching from YouTube. So, but it shows there's 92 viewers over here in the software. So again, I don't know if that means that everybody's on X and nobody's talking, or we're just hanging out for ourselves. So it's all good. Y'all know I'll sit here and talk to my damn self. I'll have a conversation with myself. So I've had him for a long time. That's some of the very first things I printed. There's Jason there, and I've got Freddy Krueger. So in my bathroom above the lights, there's a shelf thing. It goes all across the whole length of the whole bathroom, double sink type thing. And across that whole thing, I've got them lined with the things I printed out from the horror collection. So I've got Jason, Freddy, back there behind my head, up there on that shelf, you got Peggy's favorite person. You got Pennywise that I've almost finished up, and then I've got Michael Myers. Just these are all bust figures. Chucky's in there in my bathroom. Ghost Scream faces in there in my bathroom, and so they're all made in sort of the same size as that one right there. And then I've got, I think there's another one up there on the top of the shelf. Right up in there, there is Art the Clown, or whatever Art is. Art, yeah, his ugly ass face. So it's just like a series, no different than which. Okay, right here behind me, right. Oh, move my head that way, my hand that way. So right there is where I moved temporarily. That's where all that whole TAC team, SWAT team members I printed out earlier. They're all over there. I've got this. This is a whole different one, but I don't know if you've seen this one, Sequoia. This is a sniper I just worked on and finished the other day for the most part. I still got some details I probably want to throw into the rifle, but he says, Pennywise scared me. I hate clowns as it is. So yeah, I mean, that's one, a rock thing, structure with a sniper on it. So I'll put that into my military and all that stuff side. So, and then I finished let me see if I can find him here. Let me look. Let me turn y'all to another thing. Let me look, see if I can find him here. Let me turn myself off. I'll leave it on that, on 8x7's screen. I don't know what's going on with my mouse. It's tripping out here lately. Okay, hang tight right there. Oh, Miss Cindy's in here from X. So I can see her name on there now. Let me see. Oh, I'll bring a couple of these over here and I'll show you. Oh man, that could have been bad. I about spilled my whole daggone tea, y'all. Let me turn this here video capture device back on. Let me do a main so y'all see it. So here's a gnome that I just printed out earlier today. When he finished, I started this next project. That's called a I forget what it was labeled as, something like Jarhead Gnome or something like that. So I still got to do some cleanup on around all the edges and all that stuff. But eventually we'll paint him on a stream. And then here's where I'm at on Jason. I've got to finish working on his skin details and all that stuff. So I still got to do his eyes. So I haven't done his eyes yet. I just painted the rest of that, some of that white stuff. So I got to finish all that stuff later on that one. So hang tight real quick. I'll put a little beer in the jar there. Again, everybody knows I don't drink. I'm just saying. But yeah, I have a bunch of things that I've printed out and working on. I've got the Incredible Hulk. I've got if you've been watching my streams right here behind me, right there, for the big Jack Daniels. Dadgummit, I got my head that way in there. There's a big Jack Daniels bottle that I printed out there. There's a ton of stuff on that shelf right behind my head and up above my head. That's the microphone right there. So there's a bunch of stuff. I've got Hulk that I've worked on some streams live. So let's go back up here. See, Cindy is in here again. Hello, Miss Cindy. Thanks for being here, my friend. I accepted your friend invite on Facebook. My daggum hair sticking up, y'all. I got bad head. And I haven't been asleep since I got up this morning. Damn, that's awesome. Love the sniper. Yep. Hey, you. Damn, she's commenting from, look, y'all gonna think make me think I have multiple personalities or some shit. I see y'all's names 3 or 4, 7 times, and I'm like, how in the hell are they connected? All these different things. So there you go. Everybody, make sure if you don't follow Miss Cindy on X, Miss Cindy, Miss Peggy. Who else is in here? That's all the names I see right now, just over on my chat thing. It don't show me a list of who all's in here. I'm just saying. But make sure you follow each other on X and all that good stuff. So, yeah, we're going to be doing a lot of, catching up on some of my airbrush and stuff. So I need to do that. I've been sort of slacking. I'm slacking on my subscribers, getting them some new photos. And at some point, I got to get my ass out there and do that. I was supposed to have my next procedure on my leg on Friday, but I think I'm going to tell them I'm good for a while. I'm going to wait till wintertime when y'all are just so excited to have me sit my ass here in this chair and talk to y'all so I can spend a little time. Right now, it's just getting summer, and I don't want to be stuck in the house for another month and a half, 2 months while my leg heals again. So I think I'm going to postpone it till it starts getting a little colder and I can stay inside for a little bit. So that's just my thoughts on it. And now you're changing colors on me, Cindy. Oh, there's a green and another green and then a blue. And then David, make sure y'all follow David on X. He's same as his name is there. Why is this damn thing tripping? Lock that thing down. There we go. Messing with profile photos. Uh-oh. How are your friends that got arrested? Oh, they're doing fucking great. Did you pay part of their money? Is that why you're here, Andrea? They're out of jail. Did you want them to stay a little longer or something? Did it hurt your feelings? You'll be all right. Keep commenting. I appreciate you. You're helping. I mean, if you're here for me, sorry I took it wrong. But if you're not here for me and you just want to be a hater, thanks for being here. Say what you want. Guess what? You see this where I'm at? I'm at my house. So I don't know what you wanted out of it. So okay, just make sure I was reading it wrong. I'm sorry if I came off a little rude. I'm a little trigger happy sometimes. God dang. So just saying. Can't be hold on. Let me cover that up. Can't be sharing that on my stream here. Let me put a piece of paper or something over that. In case y'all were wondering. So with my leg thing, internal varicose veins. It's a weird thing that happens causing my left leg to have issues. My ankle and stuff swells up really bad on my left side, but it don't happen on my right side. So they went in and they did at the VA. They went in with a laser, 1,000-degree laser, and burned the shit out of that thing from just below probably mid calf all the way down. They can't not mid calf, mid thigh all the way down to about mid calf. They can't go any lower than that because as your ankle and the leg comes down too tight, it gets really tight in there, and there's a chance of it burning a nerve down in there, and so they can't go any lower than that. They have to stay up in your calf and your thigh area to do that. And so they go in there with a fiber optic deal. They run a catheter. They make a small incision in your leg at the vein that they're going to work on. And they put a catheter into that vein, run it all the way up to the top. And then they stick that fiber optic laser in it and drive it all the way to the top. It slides through just like the filament does on my 3D printer. You can just see it going up through there type thing. And when they get it up to where they want to start, they pull the catheter back, which is the sheeting around it. But before they do that, they have to go in and inject all around the outsides of that vein an insulating fluid just on the outside. So they have to do it by ultrasound. They watch, and then they inject an insulating fluid all the way down that vein around the outside of it. And then they pull that catheter back, and the fiber optic sitting there, they turn it on. They slowly pull it back through the middle of that vein, and it burns it internally at 1,000 degrees. They burn it all the way down through there. And honestly, I mean, the whole part of the procedure wasn't bad. I mean, you know, I can imagine back in the day when all they used to do was either strip veins from your body. That just sounds horrible. I know I had an aunt that had that done, and she complained about it. As a matter of fact, I was talking to my mom about it earlier today. But they also do a thing where they do an injection where they go in and they use a foam that can inject around smaller veins that are. So the deal is the valves in your veins are no longer functioning to the point where they close off, so that when your heart beats and the blood's coming back up, that valve closes off so that your heartbeat pulls that blood up, and then it opens back up. You know, as it beats and it pulls the blood up, it allows the pressure to move the blood back to the heart, through the lung, you know, all that good stuff. However that body part stuff works. And so therefore, you get a leaky valve, and the blood will pull down towards your ankles and all that stuff. So, and that was from, you know, it might be something if you're having any leg issues. Just saying, because, you know, we did the same line of work, and, you know, standing 12-hour shifts on Marine Corps installation at a gate helped with all this, I guess. So that's what started it years ago. And then working in the line of work for 32 years didn't help it at all either. So just something, it started out like, start feeling like your legs are really heavy, like you can't pick them up, like you just, and it's because of the weight of the blood getting trapped in your legs. So, let's see. Let me go back up here. So, Andrea says, awesome. I love them. I take it she's talking about the guys. That's why I made the comment about maybe I was wrong in reading what she said. And then she got hit by the Streamlabs bot. Forgot you button, Kev. That button? I don't know. I get to talking and I don't look over there and see what's being said. I'm sorry. You know, and I bitch about the fact that for an hour and a half, I was trying to get somebody's attention over on Alex's channel. Send me the damn link so I can share you the videos to y'all and all that stuff. I couldn't get nobody to damn message me. And finally, some of his mods got in touch with me via Discord and all that stuff. And then they sent me his phone number. And then I texted him and he sent me the link, but it was on a phone and I couldn't do nothing with it. But I didn't have the link that I could type in to bring it up exactly what it says, so I could do it from the computer. So that's why I never got to go live. And that's what happened. So, hey, Andrea, please refrain from spamming caps. Now, take you a little 30-second time out to think about it before you do that again. I'm just saying, don't spam caps or the Streamlabs bot will get you. Square says, everyone always has a different opinion. Yeah, I mean, you know, opinions are welcome, but, you know, when you're going to be, if you're going to give it, I'm going to give it back. Just saying. And this ain't X. So you may have to hear my opinion. Sorry, you got time out. Yeah. You just got to be careful. That's what that Streamlabs bot is for. It's an AI bot. And I've said it on every one of my streams. It helps it helps keep people stay focused. It's what it does. And when I don't have any of my moderators in here, so, I'll add more moderators as we need them and all that stuff. It just helps out with that. So, as I'm continuing down here, Andrea says, that sounds painful. Yeah, I would wait until it gets cooler as well. And then it actually wasn't as painful as a procedure as you think it would be when you hear about it. It did take about a month and a half to heal, and basically to continue this whole thing of what this occurs in case anybody ever has to go through it. Basically, so imagine any burn on your body. If you burnt yourself, ladies, with a curling iron, or a guy with, a hot iron from the stove type deal. If you've had a burn, as it heals, it gets to the point where it's itching. Well, imagine having an itch internally that you can't scratch, you can't get to it. I mean, you can sort of tap your leg, but you can't pound on it, because if you knock something out of place, it's, think of the vein that's into there, and this is your main vein. And I don't mean that in a weird kind of way. The main vein that runs through your leg that they've done procedure on. And it's sort of the bigger one. And then you got all these branch veins that come off of it. So as you burn that main vein, it doesn't seal it up per se. I mean, it's burned. It's sort of not there any longer. And so then the body absorbs that vein itself. It dies internally. That's why they burn it. And so the body basically eats that vein up. But all the branch veins that may split and run to another vein that helps form it, that's what the body remaps itself, and your smaller veins that may still be good and have not worked as hard over time actually become your new main veins. If that makes sense. So that's what they explained to me. My biggest thing was, again, it felt like at times my legs were just so heavy and you couldn't pick them up. And it's like, first you start thinking, damn, am I having neurological effects from something to the point where I'm not feeling my legs? Are they not working right? And all that stuff. And you look at your leg and you pick it up and you're like, okay, the sucker's still working. So what's going on here? So it just feels weird. And that's how it started out for me, was like something wasn't working right. Of course, I do have some back issues also. But yeah, they tell me that my back issues are not related to any of my leg issues, for the record. So the other part is the foam stuff. The foam is a little different, because the foam sort of does like a chemical burn to that vein, and it does sort of the same procedure. The body eats it up, and that vein is a little bit different, because they glue it on each end basically. And when they inject, they glue it in that vein, and then once they inject that stuff into your vein at the beginning and the end of where they want to be, so like they inject it and they push down hard with their finger type deal, depending on if it's how shallow, how deep it is. And they inject it and they hold that there. So it's sort of like a super glue. And they do use super glue in sometimes in some of the procedures, but think of super glue and it sort of becomes hard. This foam just eats the vein, and the vein sort of closes itself off, but then you got all the blood that's trapped in there. Well, then eventually over time, it will eat itself and go away per se. So there's multiple means of doing this procedure, and it's basically a varicose vein treatment, vein ablation procedure is what it is. So, and it helps remap your veins. So again, I haven't canceled my appointment yet, and I'm trying to decide. I should have called today if I was going to cancel it. I do have the appointment for Friday still, but I need to call tomorrow and just let them know that I think I'm going to wait until wintertime, because that's the whole thing. So for every hour you sit your butt in a chair here, which you can't, they don't want you walking. They want you exercising, but they don't want you walking or exercising all the time. So they want you to sit for an hour, and then you have to get up and walk 5 minutes, sit for an hour, because they want it to heal. Because, something as simple, you're not allowed to ride, not that you can't ride in a vehicle. You can't go on road trips or long trips for 2 weeks. Can't fly on an airplane for 2 weeks. Can't do any of that stuff for 2 weeks. Immediately, they do the procedure on Friday. You have to be back on Tuesday, and then they ultrasound you and they recheck and make sure whatever they did held, and make sure there's no internal bleeding or leakage per se. So I hope this is educational to you, because I've been through it and I'm trying to explain to you guys in case you've ever felt like something wasn't right with your legs, that it helps you. And that's why I'm sharing it, not to gross anybody out or, whatever. Again, the procedure went well for me, but it's a multi-step deal. They can't go in there and do everything in one whack, because it's not like they can really burn your whole leg internally, if that makes sense. So they have to figure out the worst spots and then do it, and then let that heal, and they come back and do the next spots. So we'll see. But it takes about a month and a half to finally make sure you're feeling everything normal again in your leg, because you go through different phases. And for me, I'm not a pain pill type person, so it never was about pain. I never took a single pain pill, and I took an naproxen one time during the whole thing. So I guess my pain tolerance is a little bit different, and that even my doctor was like, you want a pain pill or something like that? No, I'm good. So, but the healing part is a long process, and there's times when you're like, what the hell's going on in there? You just want to start beating on the side of your leg, get that sucker to stop itching internally and all that stuff. So it's just what you have to do. So, Andrew says, well, I hope you have a safe and speedy recovery. Prayers for you. Thank you. And again, sorry for my abrasive comments there. I was reading it wrong, I guess. So let's see here. Yeah, standing long times can really affect your body. And again, it's one of those things where, again, Sequoia was in the Marine Corps too, in case anybody missed it coming in here. There's times of standing at parade rest, or, standing in a position of tension, even during boot camp, or, things like that, that there's plenty of people else who it didn't affect, type thing. But just standing, I used to work 16-hour shifts when I worked at a college here in Oklahoma City. I'd work my normal 8-hour shift, and I'd do an 8-hour overtime shift, like for swim meets and all that stuff. And I was constantly standing on the pool deck at swim meets, doing first responder medical stuff, all that good stuff. So, yeah, it's just the way it was. So, Katie, baby, thanks for stopping in. You see, we have Moderator in here now. She's got a blue name and a wrench there. She'll crack you over the damn head with it. So I'm just telling y'all, be careful. She's violent. Yeah, compression stock. That's the other thing. So that's another big thing about the whole procedure. So after they give you the procedure, thanks for reminding me, David, compression stockings is recommended. They do put a compression stocking thing on your leg, and it goes from your toes, and it's open toed, so your toes will slide in it. And for all you women that have to wear them their pantyhose, I had to wear that stocking thing, and I'm like, how in the hell do y'all do this? So I'm just saying, ladies. But this is this ain't pantyhose material. It's a lot thicker. It's like 3 or 4 layers thicker, I guess you would say. And you put that sucker on, I need one around my whole neck, everything, So, but the bad thing is that sucker, you have to have somebody else take it off of you because it goes all the way up to your groin from your right up, at your groin all the way to the tip of your toes. And it holds everything once they've done it and they've got the stitches, because you get a couple little stitches where they go in with the catheter area down by your calf area. That's where they do the insertion and they come up. But that's really the only place where they do any stitches or anything. I was trying to think. That's the only place I remember that was, really sore was where they did the insertion point. But still, that catheter has to hold everything in place. Don't want that whole vein to move around. So, and that's why they want you to walk, but you got to be careful when you're walking. You can't sit in the same position because you don't want to get no blood clots or anything like that. And that compression stocking really, holds everything in place so that your fatty tissue of your leg, your muscle, and all that stuff stays compressed so that the vein can't just blow itself out, if that makes sense. So again, and again, that's the hardest part is just trying to get that sucker on and off, especially whenever you've had the procedure and you can't bend your leg in that sense to get that sucker off your leg. You have to have somebody else pull on it. And I'm telling you, my poor little wife, I thought she'd have to go hook that thing up to the damn diesel truck out in the front yard and drag that sucker off my leg. So just saying, you got to have help whenever that stuff happens too. Just saying, it's really bad. So yeah, I think you missed the whole thing. Mine was a laser treatment. The hook thing where they do vein stripping, I do not recommend it for anybody. Not that I had it done, but I've just heard people talking about it, and I've heard it's a very painful, and I can only imagine it's a very painful procedure to have that shit ripped out your leg. Stop and think about that. It's crazy. If that was my option, shoot, we wouldn't even have the discussion. I'd have been like, hell to the no. I ain't having no damn vein stripped out. You're going to do that shit? I could go home with a damn weed whacker and I'll cut that son bitch off at above the knee or some crazy shit. I'll get out my K-bar and go to solid. No, I ain't doing that. Ain't happening. So I have problems with my lower legs also. Very interesting. I'm telling you. We'll talk about it offline. If you wish to talk about it offline, feel free to talk to me about it. That's exactly how mine started. I'm just telling you, Sequoia. That's me, Kev, you missed one of my comments. Let me scroll my ass back up. Take it. Hi, Katie. Did I miss that? Hi, Katie. I'm just kidding. Peggy says, I accidentally went out and I'm back. I thought I heard a damn door slam. What'd you go out so pissed off for? You ain't got to leave like that. Did I still miss it? I don't know. I must have missed one of your comments. It didn't come through. See, Cindy, don't you agree? It just sounds like hell. Truth Warrior, thanks for stopping in. We're just having a little fun, just having a little conversation about whatever we want to talk about. If you have a topic, feel free to throw it in a comment and we'll get to talking about it. So if you're just getting here, I was just discussing with everyone about a procedure I had on my leg, and going back to Katie. Mine was done with a 1,000-degree fiber optic. They run a catheter up that vein that they're going to treat, and then they turn it on, pull it out, burn it 1,000 degrees as it comes out. It really wasn't a bad procedure. I'll say that much. It really wasn't. It was more of the recovery for about a month and a half. Not that you couldn't walk. You had to get up and walk. After I got home, and you start to think that, holy hell, this is going to start hurting any time. And for me, it didn't. Again, it may kill somebody else, you know, as in a sense of it, it's killing. It's so painful to them. But it definitely made a difference because my leg, before I had the procedure done, my biggest complaint was every time my heart would beat, my left leg would just throb. I could feel my heartbeat through my leg. And so that has totally stopped all of that. I don't have that issue at all anymore. Now I still have an issue of sometimes my left ankle still swells up, you know, and of course, honestly, it doesn't help when I'm sitting here in the chair too long. I have to get up and walk around, and it helps. But the bad thing is once it's restarted for the day, it's hard to recover. I go to bed at nighttime and I raise my feet up and stuff like that. In the morning, I get back up and they're back to normal size. So it's, and especially if I didn't put on like compression socks. So compression socks help, and it definitely helps with the pain and issues you may feel. So I highly recommend you might try that, Sequoia. Look into it. You can get them on Amazon. You got to know what you're getting. There's different sizes and stuff like that, and they're measured in inch pounds of mercury. So mmHg. Pressure wise, so you do need to go see a doctor. So if you're a VA or private insurance, whatever, go see your doctors and talk to them about it. So I could go so damn where with that, David. I ain't even gonna say it. But you're just wrong. It smelled like cooked bacon for a month. 256 wowzers. I was being a smartass. I'm so sorry. About what? Did a comment get erased or something? Did I miss it? Did you say something and then the bot gets you? Maybe that's what happened. Just local. I watched the whole procedure. Had my, I was fully in the operating room and all that stuff. But they just do a local numb for your leg and all that stuff, and then they injected it. They had to do different stuff down the vein. But yeah, I was awake the whole time talking to them. I actually fell asleep during the procedure. I was laying there, and they say I know I was asleep. But yeah, they didn't give me nothing. Again, as I'm getting out there here, Saban says, I didn't realize vein stripping was so bad. Very sorry. I did not have vein stripping because vein stripping, I've heard it's painful as hell. So I don't recommend it. But the procedure I had was a totally different one, and it wasn't bad. So just saying, me too, 100% VA all the way. That's all I do. So for anybody coming in, if y'all watch Alex's stream earlier, Sequoia was on there. I've talked to Sequoia numerous times. I've known his wife via social media longer, and tonight was the first time I actually heard him on Alex's channel. And I mean, let's be straight up honest here. You know, there's not too many guys we know named Sequoia. You know, and so it's very easy to remember that name. And I saw it, and I'm like, I wonder if that's my buddy. I'm not saying where he's at, but he's in Oklahoma. He can put that up if he wants to. Don't use foul language, you get your ass spanked. Just saying. That chat bot will get you every time. So I don't care that you say it. I'm just saying the chat bot's the one who does it. And if Katie don't like it, she'll smack your ass over the head with that damn wrench. So it just automatically does. It's pre-programmed and all that stuff. You can turn it off, which I could turn it off, but it does help in some things. But it'll smack you whenever other things that all your friends come in here and they drop bombs and all that stuff. And you're like, dang it, don't say that, you'll get in trouble. So again, you ain't got to apologize. It's just a chat bot. So they're not even listening to you. They're just a computer going, oh, what the hell did they say? So, yeah, word censor for this, us Okies over here. So it's Streamlabs. Again, it's just the way it is. So, okay, so it's somebody else's turn to give me a subject. What are you going to talk about? Like I said, anytime I tried to post on X and give y'all a little bit of time to respond to let y'all know, hey, I'm going to do a live stream. If y'all want me to go Streamlabs, which is what we're on now, so y'all can see all the funny and cool stuff. And if you're not a subscriber, you hit that subscribe button, you'll see what happens. But StreamYards, I can bring it through comments, talk about them on screen, and you can actually join and video and all that stuff if you wanted to. So that's the two differences in things, and I tried to make sure that everybody had the chance. Chance to let me know what they want to do, and I got not too many replies, so this is cool because my camera's always backwards and I can't figure it out. See, y'all can read my shirt correctly, but to me, every damn thing is backwards. And so I got to remember, I'm going to put me I got my real tip jar down here. Change jar. I'll set it right here and it'll always remind me. If I set it right there, it would really be there, wouldn't it? That's my tip jar, and that's where it sits at. It gives you the option of having the cool tip jar right there. So that's why I use this Streamlabs deal. So let's just talk about anything. All right. Streamlabs must be single. Probably is. Sorry, son of a bitch. Topic. Throw it out there. Makes no never mind to me, as the old timers say. Have you all seen? I think the majority of you are here from the true crime community. Have you all seen the video I posted on X, or have you seen the actual video of when Alex peed off the street? And that's one of the things supposedly he was arrested for. I'll play the video and share it to you, and we can discuss it if y'all want to see the truth behind all that. Or have you seen it enough from all the other channels? Y'all let me know. I'll play the video. I clipped it. I clipped the arrest of the Juice and Damien's citation. So, if you have an opinion on JLR happenings today, I missed it. Which part of JLR's happenings today? There was multiple parts of the JLR happenings today. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. I do have a subscribers section on my X that I post photos to, and I'm getting behind, and Cindy's already been on my ass about she wants some more damn pictures. She's a subscriber, and it's a paid subscription thing, y'all. And I'm just kidding about Cindy. I love Cindy. She knows that. I mention her name all the time. And I've never even met the lady, just to be truthful with everybody. She's no different than anybody else in here. But Cindy's always been there for me since I came on to X, and I've been talking to her in all the different stuff. But again, I've never met her. So, guy who approached him, no different than the lady approached him. I don't think he was sent there by anybody. I just think he was there, saw who he was. He's been in the community for a while type thing and knows about JLR's personal life, and decided that he would take the opportunity to walk up to him and try to get on his stream and be the hero of the day. That's just my take on it. Me personally, after we saw the video and it went fuzzy and we couldn't tell what was going on and all that stuff before JLR said, hey, I'll be back in a few. And that's where it should have ended. Me personally, I come from a different background than other people. Other people would have chased him down and maybe wanted to throw hands and all that stuff. I mean, that's their choice. My choice would have been, okay, we're done with it. Walk away, be done with it. You had the information on video of who the person was and all that stuff. And within, 30 minutes to an hour, y'all saw JLR post the guy's information. I mean, when shit like that happens on JLR's channel, there is 550,000 people that follow JLR. So every damn body, I mean, if the FBI could look at damn link ups from computers to networks, when JLR puts out something, the computers around the world go to work. And so JLR ain't got to do shit, just no different than those other fucktards. So all it takes is JLR just showing something and everybody goes checking it. So fact checking everything. So Saban, it's a bot. It automatically does it. Let me see if I can go remove it here. Hang tight. I don't want nobody to be upset about it. We just have to rely on Katie to smack everybody when we need them smacked. So let me see if I can remember how to damn remove that moderator, because it is a moderator. Give me a second here. I'm trying to talk and think and do all this at the same time. I think it's under that. Community moderation. That's it. Let me remove Streamlabs. If it gets crazy, I'm gonna have to bring them back up there. Okay, I removed them. That don't mean to get crazy. If it starts getting crazy, then I'll slap it right back on there. I'm just saying. Wait, hold on. What are you talking about, Peg? Let me see here. You got to remember, my camera's over here, so I try to look over here, and my stream is over here, and that's where y'all's chat is all the way back over there. So, not trying to be rude. I'm just saying, I have to look all over here to be able to read the stream. I guess I could do a pop out here or something, and got a feeling JLR happened today. Help support channel with a tip. Thank you, Katie, for going out there. Yes, please show it. Let's see, what was we talking about? Oh, play it. Let me cue it up here now. Okay. Truth Warrior says play it, so I've got it staged up here to play. Let me read a couple more comments, see if there's anything else on the same deal, and then we'll get to playing that. So, I didn't clip that part of JLR's. I could go back and find it, Saban. I think that's what you're saying. I think I might be able to clip it sort of while we're on here. I can at least go show it, and then we could clip it back from my stream if that's what we want to do. Those arrests are so bogus. Yep, Sequoia. Peg says, oh my God, Katie, can you see my comment? I can see your comment there, but I don't see anything above that prior to your last comment. I don't want to say his name. I'm not cool with that. Truth Warrior says, a guy named Jake asking JLR about the Magnolia situation. It got pretty heated. Yeah, I saw all that stuff. Truth Warrior says, thank you. Saban says, thank you, Truth Warrior. And see, Katie says, hey, only that one. That's the only thing I'm saying. So, and then the timeout happened, all that stuff. You shouldn't be in bot timeout. If you haven't got a warning, it puts a warning up there type thing, and it's gone now, so it can't have you in timeout. Streamlabs, see Texas. Okay, sorry, sort. I have commented 3 times now about JLR's pick, and Kevin still hasn't seen it. So I don't know what we're talking about there. You got 2 to have not seen those comments. I'll cut you out on the Twitter. No worries. Christina Shock, hello. Thanks for stopping in. Now you're all good. You can cuss away, say what you need to, drop the bombs if you need to, and I'll give you the beeper when I see him. I'll try to read him and say whenever I'm saying the word, I'll read it out loud, and then you'll be like, okay, that was the word. So, yeah, not trying to interfere, just wanting you to know we don't know what's going on, Peg. So I wonder if it's, well, we're seeing all the comments anyway. Okay. Make sure it's on live chat instead of top chat. That makes a difference too. See, I'm not watching my stream. Y'all are watching my stream. I'm using streaming service. So I see there's YouTube chat, there's multi-stream chat, which is what I'm on, so that I can see everybody's comments from X, YouTube, and Facebook. And so it puts them all on mine in sequence. So, just for the record. Okay, so that's the bottom of those comments. Okay, here is the video that I have queued up. This is video that I clipped from Alex's stream the other night as it occurred when he was out there drunk, playing drunk. For everybody who doesn't know what that means, he was seeking attention, and this is what he did. So he goes up there and he's demonstrating. And somebody in my comments on X today said, let me bring this up here, I'll let y'all see it, said something about watch the road. He peed on the road. When he removes the thing, then it's a different color. It's wet. So I'm just saying, y'all tell me. Okay, here we go. Here's the rebroadcast of what I clipped, and it's my clip. Y'all can see up there in the corners. Well, I guess you can't see the full screen there, can you? Let's see. If I do that, then you might lose a little bit of the stream, but I'm gonna leave it like this for right now. So here we go. I can see the comment about the Stetson, Peggy. Give me a second, we'll try to get to it. So this is Alex, Criminal Network, flipping out his P tent that he bought so that he could have privacy. He wasn't.
Oh, it's gonna fly away.
Okay, see where he said it. I wish that thing would go down at the bottom. It's just, that's the bar. So you can fully see good. See this bar I'm talking about down here? I don't know why it's not going away.
Watch my back, Holmes. Oh.
There he goes. Okay. Okay, yeah, see he goes in with the bar. Now, watch. See those rocks right here on the edge? Listen.
Be cool. Be cool, be cool. You know why I didn't go? Because I forgot I got the microphones in there.
He's got 2 microphones on. Did y'all hear him take a leak at all?
Dude, where the fuck's the zipper? Oh.
I know you ladies may not understand it, but us guys know if we piss in that bottle, you're going to hear that shit bounce off the bottom. And it's loud as frig. I'm just saying. Now watch when he comes out what he does. He's got a jar of piss, right? You see him swirling around? Now watch. Tell me how much piss comes out. Look how he does this. Was there any pee that come out of there?
Yuck!
No. So I was literally waiting to see him lick the bottle on his stream tonight just to prove that he didn't piss in that jar for everybody.
See if I can get it this time. You know, 1 foot down.
So I kept his, he does fight with this thing. One of these days, somebody should go pop him in the face. I'm just telling you, because he springs up. So he is doing it wrong. You're supposed to take and twist it around like that, you know, and it'll fold on itself instead of trying to fold it over the way he does. So I ain't about to drive to Tucson to show him how to do that, but he sort of does it whenever he finishes here. He goes over and folds it sort of correctly. Okay, so did y'all see that? You have, look, when he comes walking at the camera, he's got a microphone on each side right here. He's got 2 of them on. High definition quality. And I'm telling you, had he peed in that bottle, you would have heard him pee in that bottle. And then when he walked over there, not only whenever he would have thrown it out the way he did, you would have seen some water or whatever liquid, we'll call it piss, you would have seen it splash out of that thing. I'm telling you, you know, you didn't see none of that. And again, you can sort of see there on my stream where somebody in my comments on X was saying, you can clearly see the ground is wet after where he peed on the ground. I'm like, you crazy ass. He took a bottle. Their whole claim was he peed in the bottle. Right there's the video evidence, and I tagged him in it. Of course, he's not currently on X because he's suspended. So, but I tagged all the other people that are involved so that they get it to the lawyers. So, I'm gonna. I wish that thing would go away. Okay. Y'all see the ground wet? Right there where he has that tent? You see the microphones? One on each side right here? On each side of his clavicles there. This whole thing.
Mira, what tent?
Is all a setup. You see how he's talking now? 5 minutes ago, he was talking like he was drunk as hell down the street. Again, all part of the setup. So I'm just saying, sometimes whenever you go out there and you seek the attention, you may get it. And that's sort of what happened in this case. But unfortunately for Pima County, they're going to end up having to pay. I'm telling y'all right now, because there is no, he did not pee in the bottle, he did not pee in public and all that stuff. So, okay, that's that video. Let me close that one down. Did y'all hear when Damien was told he was fine? Let me go back and catch some stuff here. Peg, I see your message. It says they're going to bed now. Somebody can tell us about the Stetson hat. I did mention that, yeah, I did see that comment and all that stuff now. But I don't know where you posted at. If you post on X, I'd have to go pull it from X and bring it over here and all that stuff. So I'm sorry we didn't see your, I mean, not that we weren't trying to see your comment or anything. So Sequoia, are you seeing exactly what I'm seeing? I mean, exactly, that's the video straight from Alex's stream of the live of what they arrested him. Using that as evidence is what they arrested him under. Katie, there is no doubt. Well, it's not that Alex is crazy. Alex is different, and Alex is Alex. I mean, that's just the way Alex is, and he has every damn right to say. Somebody was straight up tripping on X, somebody who I follow and they follow me, and I have all the respect for. I've never had a reason to not like them. They were making comments about the fact of what he called Brian Enton and all that stuff. I'm like, in the beginning of his stream, I'm not going to reshare it, but I mean, it's called free speech. They want to talk about free speech from the mainstream media and all that stuff. No different than me or you saying whatever we want to is free speech, people. So, Christina Shock from X. Anyone who follows or knows Alex knows he is always playing. He never actually does anything. He has a lot of haters and loves to bait them. Exactly. And just like me, talking all kind of shit back to people, and, you know, they throw out a comment, and I'd fly off the goddamn handle. I'd cuss them the hell out. And everybody seemed to know me for that. And I mean, I even had people saying stuff to the effect of, yeah, make sure you follow him. Don't piss him off, because he'll say something back to you. It's just because, damn you, you know, I come from an era, the generation, which I think a lot of you in here do too, in my comments and stuff. We learned and we grew up. You don't say crazy ass things like that to people. And if you do, and especially if it's to an elder of yours, you can expect to get your damn head spun around about 3 turns around your damn neck. You know, we were brought up different. Today's children's and world and younger generation. Now, Alex is about the same age as me. Matter of fact, I think we're the same age. You know, Alex was brought up in a different location and era and lifestyle, I guess. You know, not era. You know, like I said, we're the same age, but, you know, he had a different upbringing than I did. So, you know, but a lot of today's younger generation, 30 or less, I shall say, they say stuff and think that there's no recourse or no repercussions from what they say. And what they needed a grown-ass adult to spin their goddamn head around their neck a couple times. And they won't be saying that shit no more. It's just my opinion. I did see that, Cindy. He said tonight that's where he keeps his flashlight. And again, they done fuckered up on that, I do believe so. Exactly, Christina. I don't know what I would have pulled. I don't know that I would have pulled that joke, but we all know that he did not pee or dump it. If anyone has a husband or son and been on a trip, exactly, right? That's exactly why I said that comment. That should have been loud as hell. I've pissed in many jars on road trips before. I'm just saying. Now look, as I say those comments and I read Katie's next one, I'm like, are we breaking out that damn wide mouth mason jars for you ladies now? I mean, us guys, we have built-in adapters. I'm just saying. Y'all killing me here. Y'all can get me in trouble. Christine says, Cap, I want to get a video of Sergeant Morales citing Juice and then telling him he is okay to stream as long as he is on the easement. Then yesterday, the cop telling Damon that his citation of Juice, I know you're arresting was per command of Sergeant Morales. I have it saved all right here. I've got the whole Juice arrest. I've got Damien told he was fine, saved right here in my stuff. I do need to go back and clip. I probably have it, so it's probably back in these videos, and I just have to go pull them and label them, because whenever I clip stuff, as I'm clipping it and hit record over here, it just gives it a time and date stamp, and it saves it as that, and I have to go back and, you know, with all the other stuff I clipped that I offend y'all with and post on X, I don't label them all. I just record them, and then I'll post them on X type thing, so I have to go back and do that sometimes, but somebody needs to remind me. Good night, Miss Peg. If you're still here and you haven't heard me yet, good night. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry I didn't get to your photo, and get it to me on X and we'll get it put out there. Truth Warrior says, didn't sound like he peed at all. At least he got the tent, and it isn't just trying to find a bush like many others would have done. He had enough respect to not do that. But why is it an issue? That's what the detective came to his house and arrested him for yesterday. Was supposedly for peeing in the road, peeing in the jar. Because Alex says that in his stream. He says the detective, that's straight up what the detective told him, and a charge of obstructing a roadway or something like that. And I think maybe that's what it was. Something about the pitching the tent was an obstruction of the roadway. So, and I've even said, I don't know if y'all seen my stream from yesterday or the other day, whatever day it was. You know, matter of fact, I think it was yesterday, where Damien was sitting, 857 Tucson, which is where the juice was sitting right up from him. I'd like to look down through there, down the roadway, and see if trees and rocks and all that stuff are sticking out in the roadway, past the edge of the roadway. And I mean, that right there is an automatic obstruction of the roadway for all that stuff, too. So if there's something sticking out further than them, then how can they obstruct the roadway when something else is sticking out further than they would anyway? You know what I mean? So, got behind for a minute. I'm always behind. I'm back current on the live now. Laugh my ass off. Sequoia says, definitely seen it. He didn't have any time to piss, and yeah, we would have heard it. Talking to him, he's a big heart. That's right. I mean, like I said, I listened to Sequoia early on Alex's channel. You know, yeah, he smokes weed and he gets high, and that's Alex. But, you know, you take all that away and you talk to the man, there's a whole different person than what I stereotyped him as when I first met him on JLR streams and started watching him and all that stuff. And I was listening to him, and I falsely labeled him as I'm not sure what his intentions are here, and felt like he was trying to steer JLR away from the truth on Luke and the dude from the Middle East and all that stuff. And there was just some things that had me concerned. And so now that I've seen him around more and all that stuff, and I said, hell, I was trying to get on his live stream earlier, but wow. See, Streamlabs has done dropped me a message. Can y'all see that message? Streamlabs says, Sequoia, please refrain from using foul language. And then Streamlabs @ me. I need to be added as a moderator in order to remove messages and perform this action. You can do this by clicking on the triple dots to the right of my name. Y'all done fucked up. Got the Streamlabs bot pissed off at me for removing them so they could spank y'all's asses for saying bad words. So, are you sure they said it was a command from Morales? I read and heard them say nanos. Let me play it right here. Now this is the whole clip of that section, so I'm going to jump a little bit here.
No troll. We don't want
and
trolls. He's
so this
not
is
a troll.
this is the whole stream and somebody was asking about this earlier.
They're nuts. I just rewound it, and there's no one behind it. Yeah, there's just some troll.
So Damien's here talking, and then you're going to see this lady pull up. And I think Gigi was talking about this in Alex's stream earlier about a vehicle pulling up. Okay, so
go back.
It had to have been just
if this was your page, anything posted
slightly right up in here. There's a lady pulls up in a vehicle and she stops and she asks Damien if she could talk to him off camera, off live. And he said no, he couldn't turn it off and everything. So I think she left, and then the sheriff show up. So all this stuff occurs, but I'm going to go back to the end. Now, this is important for me in the sense of when I hear the sheriff's sergeant, the deputy that's walking up to Damien right now, when I hear, and he's a sergeant, he's got 3 stripes on his arm. That tells me he's a sergeant for anybody that don't know. When he is giving Damien the citation, you can clearly hear what he says to him. And if you listen to every word he says, he tells him that the lieutenant, and he gives him their name, and the sergeant on the shift, whatever, he's not the sergeant of the shift. He's just a sergeant. He's probably could be working an overtime shift or something like that, but he's not the shift sergeant. So even though he's a sergeant, he still reports to the shift sergeant when he's working the shift with the sergeant, if that makes sense to everybody. So you hear him give the information, and based on the way he tells Damien what occurred, he was told he had to give the citation, blah, blah, blah. So just listen to that part. And again, I've got this all recorded, and I've tagged it on X. I posted on it. This is a 19-minute video that we're not watching all of it, so, but it is on my X, and I've tagged all these guys in it. So let me see if I can find it real quick. Okay, so right here, when he's walking up, let's listen to what he says. You see right there? See the sergeant stripes on his arm? This is still while Damien's audio is off. So we don't know what he's saying right here. But you notice he does have a body-worn camera. So all that can be voided. Okay, so
allowed us to
let me jump back. And then Damien eventually turns the sound on right here. Okay, so there's where Damien sticks his hand up there to do it. So let's listen.
So you're ordered to give me a ticket, but can I have whoever was here earlier that allowed us to be here? Can you guys, just so you guys are understanding that there was someone.
And
I drove by. I was the one that drove by.
I have that clip also, and it was not him.
You waved.
Yeah.
So there shouldn't be any reason that I, like, to me.
1 second.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so he's gonna walk away and go talk to whoever down at the other car.
I can stand by with no quick.
But I do have that clip that he's talking about, and we'll play it next.
That you play everything where you
This at all? Yeah. I want to take that with me. All right, babe, I'll make it up.
So the Juice is talking to his girlfriend off to our left over here.
I can stand by with all your stuff. I just want to verify that you know that all your stuff was there.
Yeah, I'm gonna take.
Not gonna mess with it at all.
I'm gonna take both of my phones, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess they're giving me a ticket even though they were out here for an hour ago. And he actually said, "Oh, is that 857? Oh, you're cool. No problem." And he waved. He even rolled down the window and like.
I can't take both my phones. Okay, now I'll take this one.
Whichever you really want to keep, just keep with you. And then your vest as well.
I'm reading y'all's comments while I'm watching this.
Yeah, they won't accept
y'all,
it.
Y'all are crazy.
Then we'll have to put it into our state.
Really concerned for my safety and peace of mind.
Well, what the hell?
Know what's going on, man.
David?
Oh, this seems a little bit.
I removed Streamlabs. I'm telling y'all.
Just because he was.
I don't know how
it's seriously not cool.
It still smacked you there. Don't say the word piss, David.
Like, did Nano like specifically name you to come out here, or was it? Can we talk?
Well, thank you, Christina. You know if it's.
No, I know. Can I talk?
It's happening on this.
If he was here, he was here an hour ago.
They're talking about some important shit here.
There's no supervisor that I can report.
So that's the guy in the SUV that Damien talked to earlier. Now there's two other deputies here, plus you got the deputy who's citing Damien, plus the other guy I suspect is a sergeant. So Juice is getting his stuff together before they arrest him.
Yeah, they're arresting Juice. It's seriously, I can't talk. I gotta go. I gotta. I'll talk to you in a little bit. Call me. Sorry.
I'm way behind in the comments. You're just a couple days older than me, this Sequoia. I'll be 53 next week. No, in 2 weeks. Kids are way too mentally challenged, yeah, for sure. David tells, yeah, there you go. I guess it can't figure out the word piss when you put hyphens in between it. There you go. You got to you got to learn how to use your way around it. PI period SS period is foul language. Oh, it's still hit you up for that. So please refrain from posting links. We are not interested in your freaky deaky stuff. Wow. So Streamlabs. I'm 35. Completely agree with you, Sequoia. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just in there. It's sort of funny now. We'll use it in our other parts of entertainment. Wait, when he comes back up.
Right over there.
Okay.
All right. Because I think you did anything wrong. I am only writing the ticket because I ordered to do so.
And who ordered that?
My sergeant,
What's his name?
Morales, and he was ordered by his lieutenant, Gilbert Hernandez.
Hernandez.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is a class 2 misdemeanor. That means that you have to sign this, or I have to take you to jail. Okay. You're just signing for not saying that you're guilty, just that you're going to go to court June 30th.
Well, what is the charge? Because like I'm not.
Public nuisance.
And how was it like?
Public nuisance.
How would I be a?
Somebody's around, please follow.
This is like some. Okay.
That's all I can say.
Okay,
You guys have a good one. Love you guys all.
Okay. So it isn't just like I'm not saying that you're good. You're going to go.
You know, the bad thing about this right here.
They call in there. The patrol car that's over here, that was one of the guys that was here earlier. He did say that, you know, you guys like totally they were looking for Alex, not you. I would ask you if you have any questions. I'm sure you had way more than I can answer.
I mean, it's
I'm gonna pause it right here, and I want y'all to listen to this part right here. Now we've already heard what's been said, and the bad thing is for this sergeant that's here, he obviously does not agree with what's being told of him that he has to do, and he's given Damien this ticket. He's made it clear that he was ordered by the sergeant and lieutenant and all that stuff, right? But what he says right here, in the fact that he cannot freely talk to him, meaning he knows everything's been recorded on his body cam, and he knows that Damien's recording and live streaming. And so he refrains from talking to him personally and what he really wants to tell him, because he knows that it can be heard and it can be used against him. No different than what has already been said to him, or that he has said to Damien, about the fact that how do I from a microphone? Come on. Sorry, I had to cough. What he has already said to him can actually be used against him as a disciplinary action, I personally feel. And I bet if we were able to hide and watch, I bet they're going to do something disciplinary on what he has already said and told Damien. And we have it right here. And that's the bad thing. I mean, you know, all these guys, you know, you guys must understand. I've been through it. Sequoia's been through it. I promise you. And anybody else who's ever worked a law enforcement job, there's things we have had to do that we were told, and I'll go into that later. We've been told that there's things that I want you to go arrest that person, blah, blah, blah. And even though we didn't feel like we needed to, we were told we either had to. And at the same time, when you have a family to feed, and that's your means of support, your income, and your job depends on it, and being able to continue to provide for your family, I look back now, and I can tell y'all, that's one of the reasons why I stepped away from the job I was at, because of somebody I was working with who's just like that freaking lieutenant right there. I was a sergeant, and I had a lieutenant that I worked for, and I didn't agree with some of their, I won't even name their sex, their ideas on community relations and all that stuff. And man, I was fortunate enough to be able to walk away. That's all I got to say. But listen to what the sergeant here says to Damien and the way he discusses about he can't talk to him freely because he knows that they're both recording. And I think he's trying to tell him something here.
Because, yeah. So, are you? No, I don't want to ask Dylan. Thank you. I don't want to shake your hand, or if you can, but Pounder. Yeah, dude, thank you for like. Yeah, like obviously you and I cannot communicate freely, and this is what it is. So ridiculous that they're doing this to you. Behind that, like over by my car, is your ride. Okay. Was he able to pull up?
So did you hear that pause in their communications there? I think they were saying, and he was pointing to the fact, I can't talk to you because this body cam. And Damien was obviously mouthing what he was trying to say to him about, hey, I'm on live. Don't say shit that's going to get your ass in trouble type
we
thing.
are just leaving the neighborhood. They have officially arrested the Juice.
That's what was said on that clip. Let me catch up on the comments here and see where we're at here. So it's let me go back here and bring up this one right here.
Here we go.
Okay, this right here. Let me check the comments real quick. Did put Streamlabs in. I'm not being a bish, but I'd like to know when Sue Ellen will be investigated seriously. Right? I don't know how far into that subject we want to get. Truth Warrior says, I agree. She needs charged for her wrong actions too. I hope it's brought to their attention. Them sitting at the sheriff's department and holding signs about looking to her would help. Yeah. Oh, Alex and Ted were asking where you were on his live stream. Yeah. Which I think is still going on. Really? They're still on there? I texted Alex and I messaged Ted, which I've got Ted's phone number too, but I told him, hey, I was starting to stream at 9:00 myself. So, up to that point, I tried to get the link for an hour and a half, and I was talking to the mods. The mods was trying to help me out and all that stuff. And I was going to show all this stuff right here because I think it's important for Alex to put it out to back up his story and his claims, especially that exact video I shared with y'all about him pissing in public and all that stuff. I think it would have been very important in the very beginning of his stream to show that and say, you tell me what y'all see here, because he was talking about it. He just didn't have the video. And I've clipped it and tagged him in the video on X, but he's suspended right now, so he can't get in there and see it. But Damien and I didn't tag Ted. I tagged Damien, the Juice, and JLR because JLR's got a big platform. JLR can spread it out, and JLR will be there probably soon to help get the information to their attorneys, because their attorneys are going to need this to see this. So let's check out Show Some Love, Health Support Channel. There's the link to the Streamlabs tip jar, whatever it is. Sorry, Streamlabs. Life Mass. I'm not sorry, Streamlabs. Yeah. Who was that lady want to talk to him? Strange. I think she knew because she knew they were sitting down the road from where that car is coming from. Back down towards past Jim House, back around the corner. She came up from that direction. So she comes by Jim House to get to Nancy's house. And she stops right about where, a little bit past where the sheriff's vehicle is sitting out right here. And she tells him something about she wants to talk to him, not on camera, not live, and all that stuff. And we think, and Gigi was saying it earlier, she thinks that the lady was wanting to tell him, hey, the cops are sitting around the corner down here. And maybe some other information type thing. So we don't know. But Pool WSU's at Streamlabs. Consider changing your name to Urine Streamlabs. Katie, now you get your ass spanked if you call Streamlabs a piss ant. It's gonna give you it's gonna take away your wrench. It would help, Truth Warrior. I'm far from a Karen, but I disagree with I don't know what the hell that noise was. It just came through my ear. It sounded like it came through the stream. I'm far from a Karen, but I disagree with a lot, and I more than argue with most. There's got to be consequences for all or none. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a discussion on that sometime. Pool Davis, Streamlab. Absolutely agree. And Sue Ellen has admitted on stream recording that she was the one who did the rocks and the poo, and that's enough proof. And I do have that clip also, but I don't know that I went and I've posted on X, but I haven't went in there and labeled it like I had those labeled. So I'd have to go. I do need to go find that one. Request a FOIA. They can't hold them from us. That's right. For Juice, this broke my heart. I understand a lot of people were upset, and as we all were, over the fact that, and I do need to go clip that. I don't remember, somebody said it earlier. I do need to go reclip that when they cited him, and they did not tell him he could not be out there, blah, blah, blah. So sad they did that to the Juice. Yes, I think they have set Juice up. Sadly, the others, especially JLR, knew they couldn't go back to Nancy's without an arrest next time, but then told him to go stream, knowing it wasn't going to go well. I do not believe any of them thought that it was going to get to this point. Just my personal thing. Christine says Morales, boom, same one who told you he was fine to be there. Extortion. Won't be extortion, be entrapment. Just saying. But I knew what you meant. You knew what you meant. It's just that whatever means you got it there, your fingers didn't coordinate with your brain to hit the right keys. It happens to me all the time. Sometimes I have a little, and I hit a couple extra exclamation points or something like that just to keep the entertainment going, you know. You're right. Good call, Christina. Definitely. That's so bogus. Did they put him in handcuffs? They straight up arrested Juice, and that's policy. It's usually not a choice on whether, in today's era of policing, when you have policies and you have body worn cameras, and you have cameras in the vehicles, it's your ass as a officer if you don't follow the policy of anytime somebody who's arrested gets in your car, they go in handcuffs behind their backs, seat belted in, and transported on camera with your in-car camera and your body camera on. That's the policies. So if they didn't do that, then they broke the policy. Alex Delsme has the evidence in his favor. I believe so too. Yes, Juice is going to come out on top of this. I believe so. Alex too. What's up, everyone? Patriot Pride Official, thanks for stopping in. Good to see you in here. I try to stop in on you guys' streams every once in a while when I can. So if you guys don't follow Patriot Pride, I know most of you do because you guys all follow all of us. Appreciate your Patriot Pride for stopping in, and I'll try to stop into y'all's channel more often and join in also. But let me see if there's any other comments real quick, and then we'll play this one part of the video here so that everybody can understand exactly what was told to Damien. Could they have cited JLR for sitting at the police station? I don't think so because he hasn't been told he can't be there. Right now, they've only put it out. It's up there on the street. So, all right, let's play this clip right here. Let me back it up just a little bit, and I'll play this. Y'all listen close. And this officer was being nice to Damien, trying to get information out of Damien, trying to find out where Alex was at. Now, whenever he asked, do you know where Alexander's at? He's talking about Alex, and he was trying to get the information out of Alex. And so he didn't want to be unkind to Damien at first because he wanted to get the information. Just a tactic and a tool that officers use to do the job that they have to do. So just saying. Here we go.
Here we go.
See, here we go.
Hey, how you been?
It's a hot one today, ain't it?
You know, actually, it's not. I was thinking that it's not that bad with the umbrella and the.
Shade, you're so cool.
Yeah.
You do the YouTube stuff too?
Yeah, 857 Tucson.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks for what you guys are doing.
You know the YouTuber that goes by the name of Alex Anger? I don't know his last name.
I mean, yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah.
Seen him around here today or?
Not today, no.
Man, well, you're not doing nothing wrong. Just sit over there. I just wanted to talk with you.
Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you for what you're doing out there. We stand with you guys.
Let me play that little section again right here.
I appreciate you. Oh.
Man, well, you're not doing nothing wrong. Just sit over there. I just wanted to talk with you.
Oh, I appreciate you.
You're
Thank
not
you
doing
for what you're
anything
doing out
wrong.
there.
And he says
We
something
stand
else.
with you guys.
So right there's where, he basically gave Damien the okay to be there. And this was the sergeant that was down there talking to him. Now, let me see if it says, I don't know specifically who he was, so let me verify before I put that information out. Excuse me, that's Unit 241. So for anybody who has their little handy dandy notebooks out, write down Unit 241 is the vehicle that came up and told, because I'm sure they have in-car cameras and all that stuff too, so if we ever need it, Unit 241 is the vehicle that drove up and told Damien that he was okay to be out there. Y'all see it clearly? Anybody want to clip it? Right there. Y'all clip it straight from my clips. So it's weird we can't see Peggy's comments. So yeah, y'all heard it right there. He clearly told Damien he was okay to be out there. So
Not today, no.
Man, well, you're not doing nothing wrong. Just sit over there. I just wanted to talk with you.
Oh, I appreciate you.
I'll need to go enhance that. If I pull this over to CapCut, I can isolate the audio and I can slow it down. I can adjust it and try to figure out what he's saying at the end. Anybody else? Anybody else hear exactly what he said there? But he clearly says, "Oh well, you're not doing anything wrong." So, whatever it was, he decided to say there and get on out of there. So, but again, I have that part saved and I have all that stuff. So, Truth Warrior said, "Those crayons taste too good, though, don't they, Sequoia?" The crayons are amazing. The red ones, they are so sweet. The black ones, I don't like the black ones. They taste like licorice to me. I don't like licorice. So, did y'all ever play with the flavored crayons? I'm just saying. Just for the record. So, when I was younger, for anybody that don't know, my stepfather is he's a U.S. citizen now, but he came straight from Mexico 40 years ago. And we went to Mexico City to get his documentation, all that stuff. Me, my brother, and my sister, we all rode in the back of a small pickup truck and a camper cover in the back and all that stuff. We had the air conditioning, blow through a little tunnel in the window and all that stuff back in the late 80s. I guess it was, yeah, late 80s. So hell, that's, somebody do some math for me. That's almost 50 years ago, just saying for the record. But we had crayons that we'd color and all that stuff. We'd melt a crayon to the roof, and that shit would drip. The wax would literally drip and run and drip down through there. But we colored that whole damn camper shell on the interior of that truck. By the time we got back home to the United States from being down in Mexico City, and it was like 157,000 degrees in the back of that truck. So just fun things, as a kid, if you just get bored, get you a box of crayons, go out there and melt them on the inside of your damn aluminum camper shell. Just telling y'all. So just give you something to do if you want to. Starry Stream Labs, I'm a Marine and I lost my adjectives. I'm not going to say my adjectives. Okay, for real, I am invisible to Kev somehow, Katie. Not all. I tried 6 times. Peg, I see the comment. I see that comment. That's all I want. Am I missing something here? You're either jacking with me or something, because I see that comment. Anyway, Rock Hollander says, well, I know JLR called the police station, but they also told these streamers that it was okay to sit on the easement and look what happened. Agreed. I mean, yeah, different strokes, different folks is what it sounded like to me. So I see this comment, but nothing since we last spoke. So weird. I'm sorry. Have a good night. Exactly. Peg, you know I love you. I don't know what's going on. So can we still not see Texas Peg's comments? Straight to me. Good point, Rock. Very good point. I see Texas Peg. He was already looking for Alex when he told 857 he was fine. So he knew he wasn't fine and was coming back for them. That's wrong. Truth Warrior, exact. Because I don't know what time it was. Of course, this ain't the full clip, so I don't know. This is, how many hours into Damien's stream this was. They were already looking for Alex. He didn't know who Damien was. I mean, obviously, for the three guys that were cited or arrested or taken to jail, you got a white guy, a black guy, and a Mexican guy. One guy has obvious face tattoos. Easily identifiable was the guys they were looking for. Did that look like the guy he was talking to type thing? I mean, you know what I mean? There's just so many things that he asked him who he was and all that stuff. Did he have him confused with the Juice? Damien and the Juice? Was there a confusion part there? So, I don't know what the hell's going on here. But they were looking for Alexander way in the beginning before, and like an hour or two later, they came back and got them type thing. So, see, now I'm seeing Peg's comment, and she's showing us on YouTube. Katie, are you on X? Katie Baby One, make sure y'all follow her on X if you don't. Same thing with everybody else. I think that it's talking about my crayon comment. Haha, that's funny, Catman. Favorite crayon is red. Oh, yeah. I don't know whose birthday is it. It'd be mine in like 2 weeks, but you can tell me in 2 weeks because I won't remember. I have to look. But I don't know whose birthday it is you're actually saying it to. Laugh out loud. Oh, but. I was reading somebody's comment and it said but twice, and so I just. Y'all ever hear JLR do that? So let me get this straight. So y'all ever hear him do that? Should I start up my streams waving? I'm just saying, somebody probably clip that and I'll be all over X here in a minute. That's JLR. I'm not mocking. I'm just being funny. Kev, can you see me here on X? Peggy Parker. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I see you as Peggy Parker. Texas Peg P. I see you. See, I'm seeing the comments now, and you would sort of know based as I'm reading them off here. Kevin, can you see me here on X? Yes, I can. I'm on X now. That's a comment you think. It said, Christina Shot just followed you, Truce Warrior. Make sure you follow each other. Katie Baby says, yes. Okay, I'm all caught up on that. I don't know who else is still here. Patriot Pride still in the house? Anybody know? I can't see who's here because I can't go over to the chat thing and type out a message and tag and see if somebody's name's here or whatever. So, let me close out that video there. Let me see what else I got here. You got them, vape them. Have you guys all seen the Nanos' interview part that came out from that young lady, which you've seen on Alex's stream? I'm sure Damien's played it, so I don't have to play it. Let me see here if I tagged. I didn't label any of those other ones. But I'm sure I have it clipped of the Juice getting cited the first time. It's in there somewhere in this whole batch of clips I've got. So 1212. Make a wish. Well, it is not. It says 2313 here at my house. What the hell's up with that? I got a clock right there, and it tells me. It was mine. I stutter. I wasn't making fun. I swear. I was just reading, and it stopped on me. How many of you guys? This is a totally different subject change here. How many of you guys have went back or currently watch Ghost Town Living? Shout out to Brent Underwood from Ghost Town Living. That's where Sarah Gordo is. That's where the guys went while they were out there in Death Valley. I sent a message that morning that they needed to go by there, and I just happened to clip on the stream that day of JLR stream to see what they were up to and what they were doing. And I seen them going up this road, and I'm like, dude, that looks like the road to Sarah Gordo. Sure enough, it was. Sure enough, it was. I had to wait until it clicks back in at my microphone so I don't blast y'all's ears. But yeah, they were going up to Sarah Gordo. And I really wish they would have went up there and stopped in. I'm going to share this picture to y'all. My wife just sent it to me. Y'all want to see with one of the little kitties we have here? Here, little kitty. See, can y'all see it? My wife takes good photos too with her iPhone. I use a big ass camera, multi-thousands of dollar camera set up, and my wife uses an iPhone and takes photos. So that's that's the baby cat. That's the baby of one of our kitties. So, I'm East Coast. It's 12 a.m. here now. Yeah. So anyway, see, my Rolodex gets to spinning and I get off track. I'm back on track now because I had that cat text from my wife. You know, when the wife texts, I got to check and make sure everything's okay. So I checked it, and it was a kitty photo, so I shared it with you. She knows how to derail my mind. So yeah, Ghost Town Living, that is an awesome. I'm telling you guys, if you just need something to binge whenever everything calms down and we have nothing to sort of do for a couple of days, and y'all just need something relaxing to do, and you ain't in true crime mode, y'all need to go catch up on Ghost Town Living and go on some of those adventures that Brent Underwood has taken. He actually has two channels, Ghost Town Living and Ghost Town Living 2, I think is what the channels are. But go back. He's lived there for 6 years, and from the time he started, he takes you from his whole adventure. Eventually, he goes through and tells you how he became the owner of Sarah Gordo and all that stuff. There were some investors that went in with him, and he put his life savings into it. He used to live in Austin, Texas. He was a banker, I think, in Austin, Texas. Was he a banker? I think so. And he bought this town, Sarah Gordo. And man, I mean, he's now, just like his YouTube video I watched the other day of his channel, it's just so cinematic. And the things that those guys would have seen had they went up there and let him take them out to some of those points up there that I wanted them to see and all that stuff. Unfortunately, you know, they couldn't do all that stuff. But had they went up and talked to him instead of just went and asked, you know, hey, can we film and all this stuff? If they would have went and talked to him, I guarantee you, because Brent actually liked my post about Sarah Gordo on X. If y'all saw that, Brent Underwood himself actually liked the post. So I wish they would have went up and talked to him. And once he knew who they were and all that stuff, I bet you he would have let them film, because, you know, Brent's got 2 million followers, so it's not like he has to have their videos. And I know that's how he makes money for the town, is by his content and all that stuff. So, but again, he would have let him film. Brent's just that way. So, but I'm telling you, I'm sorry. Some of you I will not see for like 6 months again, because y'all are going to get so damn interested in his shows. You're going to have to allocate a certain amount of time per day to watch videos, because I'm telling you, you will get sucked into it, and you'll forget to damn eat. His videos are damn good. He He knows what he's doing when it comes to videos, and it's just one of those things where he's not a live streamer, so it's not like he's sitting here talking to you like this. He makes videos and puts them together and edits them and does everything. And it's great with cinematography, drones, all his camera angles and all that stuff. He takes you below ground. He takes you 900 foot down a shaft. I'm not going to run it for you. You're going to have to go watch it. But if you ever have a chance to tell him, make sure you tell him I sent you there and you enjoy his show. So, well, Miss Cindy's still here. And Peg's still here. Am I like way behind in comments or something? Do you see that comment? Sorry, I got on a tangent, Peggy. I just now looked at the comments and I'm catching up. Give me a second. Do you see that comment? I do. East Coast, definitely what we had to do. Sucked. It's got to be something Marine Corps. When he said the word sucked, Marine Corps, I know he's talking about. Oh, let me check on something here, y'all. Okay. Let me put y'all on pause for a second. I'll be right back. Let me show you my latest thing here. Y'all ready? Sequoia, you still here, hanging out, ready? That should tell y'all what it is. So just hang tight. Let me go grab it. Okay, I'm back. Y'all ready? Okay, let's see if I can get it to turn right and all that stuff. It's a 3D printed. Trying to get the right light angles here. I got all these lights and stuff here. Let's see, there we go. Now let me. It says proud Marine Corps veteran on it. And then I'll take and do a little painting on it and all that stuff. Of course, you'll be able to see it better on other camera angles and all that stuff, but it's sort of sticking out like that. So that was a 12-hour print right there, just saying. So that's, that's all those fun things that I print. I got to figure out, my machine's quiet, y'all, so I got to get something printing. I'm just saying. It's just the way it is. I'll do that after a while. I've currently got 5 kittens that just got weaned. I'm looking for homes for. Anybody, tell them where you're at, Truth Warrior, just in case anybody's close to you and looking for a kitten. I'm sure if y'all keep watching, eventually, right through here, you might see Mama Kitten, Mama Kita. She'll come run through. I just saw her in there when I went to the 3D printer. If I holler for her, she'll come running. She actually came running and jumped up on my lap the other day. I was totally shocked that she'd never done that because I keep their food in here, back behind me there. Because if not, then the little dog will steal all the food out of their bowl. Y'all ever seen one of those animals that looks like a dog, but it eats cat food and all that stuff? Yeah. Y'all, I went to X and made the same comment, and now I'm back here. Maybe words are blocked? I have no idea. I don't know what's going on with that, Peg. Sorry. YouTube does block comments with certain words or phrases in it before the streamer even sees it sometimes. That is true. I saw that in something, so I don't know what you're saying. But you're saying Mary? Marijuana? Oh, I love that. Hoorah. It's an Army thing, I guess. Very nice, Katie. Truce Warrior. Truce Warrior. Are you a Jarhead too? Okay. She says, I want one printed. What would you charge? My brother is retired Marine Corps also. Hey, I know where Gaffney's at. I'm originally from Marion, North Carolina. Just right up 221, right out of Gaffney. But I'm in Oklahoma now, I'm just saying. Hey, honey, I think what you're confused here. You cannot post a photo in chat. If you're posting a photo in X, then it's going to X. It ain't coming to us here on YouTube. You can't post photos in the chat and all that stuff. Just for the record. Christina, good night. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you. Feel free to stop in any time and join us. Sometimes, we'll have some fun and exciting things. Other times, we're just having a chat. We're just learning, growing, building, getting there. So, Truce Warriors, oh, nice. Not far. Too bad you're not close still. Let me know if you ever come back to visit sometime. I'll take you and your wife to lunch. Sure thing. We go out when we can, That's right. You can't post a link either. Can't post a link, then YouTube will smack you down for it. YouTube don't allow links and all that stuff. Definition of entrapment, when they came back and arrested him, I agree, Sequoia. Yeah, I agree. It definitely was entrapment. In the sense of, if it was not okay for them to be there, that deputy should have told Damien right then and there, now you guys know you can't be here. He's already been cited before, and you guys need to get out of here. And they chose not to leave. Then they could have been arrested and cited and blah, blah, blah. But he didn't even give him, he said, you're fine, whatever it was he said. He didn't say you need to get out of here, is basically the whole deal. But Truth Word, going back to what you were saying, let me see what it takes, and I want to try to clean it up a little bit and see how this one turns out, and then we'll see about printing some more out. I can make them a little bit smaller too. This one's pretty large. It's probably 14, 16, 18 inches across there, 14 inches at least across. So I can make them a little bit smaller. But again, I have to be careful selling stuff that you print. It's not like I came up with the design, so I downloaded the file and all that stuff. So anyway, that's what private messages are for. No, I'm trying to tell Kev about the Stetson. Again, I mean, we're not seeing it there. Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, there's a shit ton of people, whether no matter what stream you're in or seeing it from, whether it be from JLR, from Alex, from Ted, from Damien, from the Juice, any of those folks, from me. I'm on a whole different level. I'm not out there. That's how most of y'all know me, is from the true crime thing. But I'm not one of the streamers from out there. I haven't been out to Tucson. I haven't done any of that stuff. Just saying, I'm just trying to be the helper on the back scene stuff. That's, I don't want to take away from anything that those guys have done or doing or anything like that. They deserve all the credit for whatever they put out to all of us. I'm no different than you guys taking in the information. So, Yeah, the thing about it being on X, I'd have to shut down my Streamlabs to get to my X, which is on this monitor over here, to be able to copy it. And then the software I'm using is what the software I use to clip and all that stuff. So I couldn't bring it over here to show people unless I brought up my X over here. And then there's things on my X that you can't just go into that part of X. When I bring it up, it shows the whole screen and page and all that stuff. And I don't want none of my personal stuff seen on my screen, if that makes sense to you. Personal information, people that may have chatted and sent me information type thing. It's just one of those things where I don't know what would show. I can't just show, just like in this thing right here that I have on my screen for my printer. I can't just show this window. You see what I'm saying? I have to show this whole screen. And so chats and information from my ex that's over here that I don't want to see. So that's why I can't just show that thing. So hope that makes sense to you. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just letting you know that I just can't show that information. Every time I text JLR, it blocks my comment. When you say text JLR, are you texting him on his cell phone number? Because if you've done that a bunch, he may have blocked you if you're saying that you just continually text him type thing. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to be helpful here, but I'm just telling you what I'm reading from you and trying to figure out what's going on. So, apparently you can make a new account. There's a way to show just a window in the whole screen, but I couldn't explain it through the comments here, or I'd help you with how to figure that out for the future. Well, there is a way. Yes. I mean, that's no different. You see what I'm showing on screen right here. You see my cursor right here. You see the edge right there. That's the edge of this total screen, but it's not the edge of what you're seeing up there. See up top, y'all don't see none of my searches. All the windows I have open to be able to bring stuff to you because I've set that screen up there. I know how to reduce it and all that stuff, but it means I have to build a totally separate source that I use in order to broadcast it to you guys. So it's a whole different way in the software over here. You have to build everything that's on this screen right now, all the stuff that y'all are seeing, my clip art image up there, the tip jars and all that stuff has to be built onto this page, and it has to be saved as a source in a window down here in the actual streaming software. So every time y'all see me change and I go back full screen, that's a whole nother page that you have to click on into your sources in order to broadcast and show just this instead of all that extra stuff. So every time you see these changes occur, that means I have to push a button over here on a page I've already built. And you have to build it as a blown up page or a reduced page and all that stuff. So until I've built it and show just a section of my X, to show just this part of it to you, if I don't have it built in there, you can't do it type thing. So streaming it's not as easy as everybody thinks. You can go just stream from your phone, click on it, and you show the world whatever hell you want to see. But when you're actually doing it and you're showing graphics and designs and all that different stuff, it's a whole different ball game. So just for the record, in case somebody out there who does not know, well then, honey, what do you mean when you're saying you texted JLR? Every time I text JLR, it blocks my comment. So what do you mean when you say you text JLR, but you're saying, no, I don't know JLR's phone number? I'm confused. Are you saying DMs? Private message on X? Is that what you're calling a text as a DM? If that's the case, I'll tell you. JLR ain't never even answered one of my DMs text on X. I have his cell phone number. I can call him, and I've texted him like on the cell phone like we all do, and he'll answer me and all that stuff. But he don't answer DMs on X. I can promise you that. He never. Not that I'm the only person who would ever DM type thing, but he's never. I'm talking about months ago. Hell, I gave him my phone number months ago, and he's never answered the text. So, chatting on his lives. Well, that's because he's never seen it, because you can't do it on live thing. You can't add I'm not sure. Texas Pet, I found it. So cute. Shadow ban doesn't mean your comments don't ever show up. It means that only select few will show. Texas Peg says, Katie, finally, maybe you can explain it to Kev. Good Lord, I'm going to smack the shit out of that son of a bitch, is what she's saying. I'm sorry, I still don't know. Are you talking about an emoji type thing in comments? Is that what we're talking about? I'm waiting for the damn brick to fall out the sky and hit me over the side of the head. I'm sorry. Look, special. You got to be straight up. You got to tell me what you mean to tell me. I'm not one of those beat around the bushes kind of people. I go straight to the damn point. Tell me what you need to tell me. When I type the letters JLR, she's about to get violent with me, y'all. I can tell. I can tell by the tone in her type. She's about to knock the crap out of me. Oh, Katie says I reposted it. Okay. Do I need to go back up, or am I missing something here? I'm not doing that. Y'all are gonna get me. I can tell. Just move on. Just move on. Okay, she posted on X. Okay, Katie. Peggy, whenever I get done right here, I will go to X, and I hope I don't wake you up at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, because I'm going to reply and let you know I got that damn thing. I'm just telling you. I love you, honey. And I'll go check it shortly. Okay, here's for the 7th time. I created a picture of JLR and says, and all I wanted was for you to see it because it's funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will try to go check it here shortly. Okay, so what do y'all want to talk about? Who's got the topic? Do I need to start? See, there's a thing where you can spin a wheel. I need to be able to find that thing and spin a wheel to bring up people's names, and bam, it's your time to bring up the topic. What you got, So, anybody else got any other questions? I think I've answered them all, right? Other than seeing Peg's Stetson hat of JLR. Don't go to bed just because I'm saying it's Peggy. Yeah, I done lost my train of thought. Anybody got any topics? Let's see, where are we at here? This is sort of one of those late night streams that, a lot of people have spent most of the day and did their things. Let me refresh the screen, see who's still live. Dad gone behind, still live. 857 Tucson's still live. JLR and Criminal Network's not live. Just saying. So, I think, do I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow? I don't remember. I probably should check. Now, Truth Warrior, don't be mean. Don't be mean. We love Peg. She's our friend. She's our friend on X. I'm just saying. So yeah, I'm gonna be doing some more airbrushing videos. Try to get into doing some of that stuff. Haven't heard that subscriber. Oh hell, Katie ain't leaving. Katie will be here till I hit the button. I promise y'all. We tight like that. I'm just saying. She ain't going good night. She'll let me know before she does that. She was just saying good night to Peg. Or maybe I read your message wrong. I don't know. I ain't even read them. Y'all read them. They're over there. I told you Katie won't leave me. Katie's got my back. She ain't leave me. Just for the records. Put the needle on the record. Oh, gosh, how long have we been streaming? 2 hours and 36 minutes. Y'all got a topic. Who's got it? Whose turn is it? Here, I'll make this easy. Sequoia, what you want to know, man? I'm ready. Topic of discussion. Sequoia. We're waiting. We're waiting on Sequoia to tell us what he wants to share. I wish I could figure out. If you're asking me, am I following the Lynette Hooker case? Following, yeah, I won't go as far as saying, I'm all in depth into it, but I have seen the information. I saw that they searching the Coast Guard went down there and for the dinghy and all that stuff. So I've seen a little bit of information. I'm not as in depth as in it as we are on the Nancy Guthrie case. Just saying, but I watch Banfield, see what she has to say. She's actually been down there and blah blah blah. So I've watched Banfield's information on all that stuff, but I'm not don't have all the details about it. But I do know, some information on it. Well, Cindy's still here. You've been awful quiet. You've been off in a corner somewhere, young lady. You're a grown-ass woman. You do what you need to do. Oh, the EGA. Okay, got you. Pretty cool. Yeah, I think in the next one I might try to print it white, just see how it comes out, see what we can do with like a watercolor per se. Basically take the paints and thin them real down and just make them like a very opaque, but enough for you to have the color there to where you could see what it looks like type thing, but still be white. That makes sense. And she's just hiding in the bushes, and that's okay too. Yeah. If you're talking about Cindy, watch out. She'll sneak up and crack you in your goddamn kneecap. from the side. She'd be like, "You talking crap about me? I got you." She's fast enough. She'll swing that son of a gun so fast it'll swing to the other side. She'll come back and bop you on the other side too. She's a firecracker. Just saying. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, I mean, so we'll see what options. Again, it's it sort of looks different when you. I just have to figure out what the layout would be. It sort of does it like a rough thing. I'll use this is a different type of filament here. I know y'all trying to get it so y'all can see it here. There's different filaments that I have. And so this filament that I use on this one, which was just left over, I was trying to burn up a roll before I open a new roll and start some other project stuff. So you don't want to let your filament just sit and collect moisture. You're supposed to put it in bags and then extract the air and stuff. So I don't want the remainder of that left just sitting out. So other filament that I would use would be regular PLA, and it'll look a little different. But there's some lines. I know it's hard for y'all to see them. But see how there's those lines in there? They would turn out a lot better with other kind of filaments. So some of the details didn't come out exactly on this one well, but I mean, it's enough that for me, it's enough that I can see what all the textures are and where the prints are, and I can actually go in there and raise. I could stretch those things out if I need to, which just means it takes longer to print and all that stuff. So, and then the amount of detail it puts in all the locations. So it'll take me a little bit to figure that out, and then when I print another one, I'll share it to you guys. So, and then we'll talk about all the other stuff from there. So, we don't need no daggum cat fights. I mean, as much as I would enjoy probably watching y'all, I'm just saying. I know it's all in fun. It's all in fun. Cindy's sitting back over there going, I don't know why he's talking all this shit about me, because she's not that way. She's a very nice lady. Just for the record, she would never. I mean, she could be a violent person. I don't know. It's not like she's had me over for dinner or something like that. So, see, she's just hanging out with her dog, y'all. She's loyal. She's just good people. She's fun to talk to. Now, that's something I've said before. It's one thing when it's just me just sitting here talking to all y'all, just reacting off y'all's comments, and y'all think this guy's a freaking nut, So it's sort of me just hanging out and just talking to y'all. But whenever I can talk to y'all and y'all talk back, like we do in spaces and all that stuff, if it gets to the point where y'all want me to do a space sometime, that follow me on X, let me know. I'll do a space. Y'all can start a space and invite me to it. And that way y'all get credit for being those spaces, those engagements from people. For anybody trying to get to your 5 million engagements mark, let me know. I'll tell you how to start a space, and you can start it, and we'll all come in there, and everybody can sit and talk and all that stuff, and you get some engagement from it and all that stuff. So, just for the record. Cindy, what kind of dog you got? They're all asking. I'm sorry, Truth Warrior's asking. You gonna tell us something about you? Okay, hey. Who wants to ask a question? Who has a question for somebody that this is like? We'll have to call this truth. No, we'll have to call this questions and answers. No truth or dare stuff. I mean, it's after dark, but it ain't after midnight. We'll all get in trouble. So this is just a questions and ask. If you have a question for someone, feel free to ask them, and we can have a discussion if y'all want to. You know, if y'all are just up and just want to hang out and talk, then we can do that. Let me see what somebody else says. I have a screechy sound too. I mean, there's a button here I can turn on so I can hear myself, but it's weird, and you'll have to when you hear yourself when you're talking, you sort of talk slow, and so it's like weird as hell. So I mean, I can turn on that button, and I've got multiple voices here. I can turn on an announcer. So does it still do it with the announcer?
Your voice. Somebody told me no. Matter of fact, I'll say, if I send the bill was I don't know if
I don't know where I'd be getting feedback from, because I'm not sure I'm there. Neither do I hear. So I have no idea.
I got my creepy voice. Is this creepy enough for you?
People really complain when I use this one. Hold on. So, what are you, oh my God, about? This voice right here, is this what's strange?
Is this something really strange to you? Or she'll scare the hell out of me. Imagine me switching to that.
Imagine me switching to that voice, like you when you're, okay, I'm getting up off the couch, I'm gonna go to bed, I'll finish watching him, you know, in the stream, and I switch that voice as you're walking down your hallway at dark. Oh, scared the hell out of you, wouldn't you? So feedback's back when I go back to regular. And see, I've got a second regular, but y'all, do you still hear it now whenever I'm on this microphone? Christina wants to know how she can call. I sort of can't. That's why I sort of asked before I started this. I'm in Streamlabs, and you can't. There's no way to do any of that stuff. If I was in StreamYard, I could send you the link, and you could join in on video, or you can still you could just not turn on your camera, and your voice could be on there type thing. But unfortunately, I'm in Streamlabs, and it's a totally different software, so I can't do that. So unfortunately, you just have to comment and talk like you're doing now. At some point, you know, this software has things. It's got the tip jar. It's got stuff up there, stuff up there that the other software doesn't allow you to do. So I don't know how many people are here from X. It says there's 5 people here from YouTube and nobody here from Facebook. But I don't know how accurate that is as it happens either. So if I ever show y'all y'all see my cancer scar? Where they cut my fur open? I got a big old dent there. They told me it wouldn't leave a scar, and it didn't. It just left a dang big ass dent in my forehead, y'all. Another one of them damn doctors that lied to you, huh? Look, she's not asking me. She knows where the hell I live. She knows I'm in that state that has water all around it. Yeah, so unfortunately, Christina, there's just no way. I mean, yeah, I don't want to do the phone call. I've got a phone call, but I don't have the number posted through this software. My number's posted through my other software, and it will pull it in, but can't do it on this software. So I have to go set up a whole source and be able to get the audio to come in and all that stuff, unfortunately. So maybe one of these times, if you keep hanging around, you know, hopefully we can get that taken care of. Oklahoma is where I be. It's not where I'm from, but I've lived in Oklahoma more than I have. I'm from North Carolina, but I've lived in Oklahoma twice as long as I ever lived in North Carolina. But I'm still a transplant. That sucks getting to know you, but you can't talk. But you can't talk. I ain't even listen. You don't. There ain't nothing you want to know about me anyway. Just saying. You don't want to know me that way, I'm sure. We're just hanging with friends. You know, we got like 10 minutes and we'll probably shut it down for the evening. These people have spent hours with me for the last couple of days. And, you know, at some point, I got to let them sleep. Just saying. I was reading those comments. I'm sorry. Read his comments. Yeah, so, you know, I know I've streamed 4 hours, 2.5, 3 hours of one stream. Streamed, 3 or 4 hours a day earlier. Now we're doing 3 hours more. I stream in a bunch, you know. So there's always opportunities to hang out and get to know me if you really want to know me. Honey, I'm just as random as hell. You know what I mean? You know, I got to wake up and have my coffees in the mornings, comb my hair, all that stuff. Most times I have to take a shower in order to get my thoughts collected. I don't have no set schedule just because, you know, it's one of those things where with all the other streamers that you guys all watch, you know, they take up a lot of people's times. I'm not taking anything away from those guys. I'm not out there like they are, and I know you guys enjoy watching them. So, you know, JLR's out in McKinney, Texas. So I restreamed his stream today, and we sat and talked about it and watched. And hell, we had like 4,000 something viewers over the course of the 4 hours today, just from that stream alone, type deal. So, you know, I'll usually try to post on X and let people know, hey, I'm gonna go live in 30 minutes or 9 o'clock or something like that. And sometimes I'll just push the dang button and I'm there. So you know what I mean? Oh, Katie, were you here? Watch. Katie was the first person who ever hit that tip jar, and we found out how it works and all that stuff. But you see that up there, Katie? Somebody done superseded you in the tips, and they took over as the chat god, chat boss, which you can see whenever I am on this screen. Oh, wrong one. Hold on. There you go, right there. See how there's a chat boss up there at the top? You see how all those things fall into the jar there? That's what happens. So I don't know how all this stuff works. We're learning. But yeah, I can't. All this right here is a little bitty on my screen, so I can't read what that says up there, and I don't remember the great person's name. Let me see. that dropped all that? Teddy Beans. Teddy Beans. A lady. Teddy Beans. She did 2 different things and all that stuff. Oh, well, no, I'm not going to do that because I don't know if she wants that visible. Her name's over there. Yeah, so I can hit the replay button and it'll replay that action as it occurred. So here I'll do this on that from this person earlier. That's how I did that. So yeah, it gives you the option to hit the replay button and you can replay that. And when people subscribe, this is what it sounds like when we have a new YouTube subscriber. For anybody who has not got to hear it yet, here we go. Ready? Welcome. Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. So, just funny, cool stuff. And I can change that up. You can change it up, do whatever you want to do with it and all that good stuff. So, my daughter works in dermatologists. They are awesome. Truth Warrior says, make sure y'all hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you haven't. That's right. If you're here and you have not hit the subscribe button on my YouTube, make sure you hit that. Make sure you give me a thumbs up if you wish. There's nobody holding any guns in anybody's head. I've got my modeling pliers here. That's all I got, other than what's laying right there. I'm just saying. Can't see that. Show those on TV, you know. I'll get in trouble. This is a knife. Just for the record. So, yeah, I don't have a schedule. I'm a random ass person. Sometimes I'll be sitting over there, right there. I've got cameras over there. I got 2 different cameras that look at the models as I airbrush and work on figures and all that stuff. If anybody's new here and hasn't seen any of that stuff, some people are interested in it. Some people, they're not interested in it. I fully understand, but sometimes, hey, in order to keep making progress, I've got to spend a little time over there. So I can still hang out with you guys and talk. I've got an iPad up there, right there in the corner of my airbrush studio, so I can see the comments and talk to you guys as that happens too. So sometimes I do that. Just hang out and just visit with y'all while I'm still working and trying to get stuff done. And, you know, as more and more people see it and hear about it and want stuff, I've got a whole shelf of stuff there that people may want to get their hands on. Just saying. Yeah, what do you think about that? I tagged him in and I clipped it in X. Cindy says, love seeing Nick Sorter there and JLR getting to talk to him. So it's funny because I recognize his voice immediately, and I even said it, you know, that sounds like Nick before JLR even said it was Nick type thing. Just funny because I follow Nick and he follows me type thing. No way was hitting on you. I'm the boss. Has this house covered. What? I'm sorry. It just didn't sound like that was the question whenever I answered it. Feel free to hang out just like all these other people are. I welcome you. We can have great conversations. But, you know, hey, there's a lot of craziness in this world. And once I know you, I'll send you an invite. You hang out enough, show you don't want to just do all that craziness, like show up on somebody's stream and ask stupid ass questions. but you can ask me a question because it ain't gonna bother me because I'll give you a stupid ass answer right back. So, I'm not certified either. I'm just a little crazy. But I'll tell you how I feel. I don't have no problem doing it. And if you really want me to tell you how I feel, as long as I ain't streaming to Facebook where my mother, who is alive and still watches my streams sometimes, might drive to Oklahoma and wash my mouth out with soap, I have to be careful about that. Other than that, I would tell you how the hell I feel. If you just decide to get a little bit crazy. Just saying. Speaking of which, hey, Truth Warrior, my mother drives to Gaffney all the time, goes down and gets peaches down there in Gaffney, South Carolina, somewhere down there. It's been a highlight at, trips whenever I go out there and visit and all that stuff. You want to go down to Gaffney and get us some peaches? Well, I guess we should. Or we'll go over to Asheville to the farmer's market over there. We'll get us a bushel of peaches. Last time I came home with 2 bushel in the back of my pickup truck in the covered bed type deal, airtight, sealed, in the heat. I got home, them peaches are ripe. I had to peel a bunch of them, eat a bunch of them, and my wife had to can a bunch of them because they were going to go bad on us. But man, my truck bed smelled like peaches for a month, and there were no damn peaches in there. I'm just saying. Peach Boat Water Tower. Yeah. That'd be cool. I remember what you're saying, talking about Sequoia. Look, I drank a lot of the water at Camp Lejeune. I'm just saying. Just for the records. But yeah, hey, we did pass the 3-hour mark. We're still here. I have nowhere to be. I have nothing to do. My wife doesn't care what the hell I do. She don't wait up for me. When she's tired, she goes to bed. Today, Tuesday. She don't have to get up early tomorrow, so she does what the hell she wants to. So yeah, we're just hanging out, talking about what do we need to, doing what we need to. Hold on now. I was there from 92 to 96, just saying. Onslow Beach was good. It was nice. I used to patrol those areas, used to work those gates. 172 and Sneed's Ferry Gate and all that stuff going out toward Onslow Beach. That used to suck whenever you had to leave PMO in the mornings, building 3, and drive all the way out to Sneed's Ferry and drop off that officer at that gate. You had to drive all the way, not Sneed's Ferry. Sneed's Ferry was the last place. Pine something. That town out there. Yeah, that place. But that's where that gate out there was a gate that was put in because the base commander's wife and daughter were killed driving down Highway 172, and there was an active bombing range that they forgot to shut the highway down, and the wife, the base commanders, which would have probably been a brigadier general, but I swear I thought it was a colonel. I may be wrong. It's been 30 years. His wife and daughter were driving down the road, and a jet came through and doing their bombing run or whatever, and killed the wife and daughter on Highway 172. Therefore, now, anytime there's any practicing done at any of the fields or anything out there in between that area by Onslow Beach and that whole area back towards that side of the base, the tank tracks and trails and all that stuff, we had to shut the highways down. There's things that we shut down at the road to not allow anybody to drive down that road. So Oh, so you were there after me. Yeah, I was there 92, 96. Technically, I was there 93 to 96 because in 92, after boot camp, I graduated August 7th, 1992 at Paris Island. 50 years to the day of Guadalcanal landing. Sequoia can answer that for y'all that don't know. So, yeah. Um, yeah, so I went to Okinawa first. I was stationed at Fatima Air Force Air Base, not Air Force. Kadena was the Air Force base. I was at Fatima, the Marine Corps Air Station in Okinawa, Japan. I'd love to go back to Okinawa. One of our friends, my son's friend, him and his girlfriend or wife, actually, now they just recently got married and went on their honeymoon to Japan and over to Tokyo or something like that. So they showed a lot of stuff, and it was just amazing to see. Even though I've never been to mainland, I've been to Okinawa, and just Japanese people in general are just so amazing people. Thank you. Were you there in the Marine Corps, or was you a dependent? Was you a spouse? I didn't mean to sound that offensive by saying, are you a dependent? Are you a spouse of a veteran, or was you in the service yourself? Truce warrior. So, yeah, going back to Onslow Beach and all that stuff. First Marine Reconnaissance Division is out there on Onslow Beach in the Quonset huts on when you go to the beach, and there's volleyball courts and the beach area for families, and there was camping and some huts you could rent for daytime use. And you turned and went to the right after you crossed over the two little bridges and got into Onslow Beach. You turned right and you drove about a mile down the beach there, and you'd eventually get to Force Recon. And they had these little huts that they had built, that's where they kept all their stuff at. And they did all their operations up and down Onslow Beach. They used to take the LCACs and stuff like that down the beach and go into the water and then drive across and do operations out in there. So Onslow Beach is pretty cool. We used to go there. As MPs, we didn't really hang out on base often in our off-time deal. We were off base just because there's too many damn people that didn't like us. Just saying. But yeah, between those two gates, what the hell's that town called? Piney Crest or Pine something on the northeast end of 172. I don't know. Memory fails me. That is a long drive between there and Sneed's Ferry Gate. But Sneed's Ferry Gate has some memories, y'all. If I could only tell y'all some of the stuff that I seen, did, or heard on that gate, watching those cars come way up over that big ass bridge that goes over the bay there into the town of Sneed's Ferry. We could time a car. We knew that we had time to, if we saw, we'd sit there and watch. We could see way out there in distance, a couple miles. If you seen a set of headlights headed towards that bridge, okay, as soon as I see these headlights, now I know I got 3 to 5 minutes to run in the bathroom, take a leak. And you could literally do it by the time that car crossed over that bridge. So that was sort of, if you didn't see a car, you never knew when to start the timer. You just never know. Somebody could have been sitting on the backside of the bridge for 5 minutes type deal. You know what I mean? So, but you always watch for a car coming out there. And then behind us coming down out of base, you could see for a couple miles up the street, and then it went around a real sharp curve. So you could time it from there also and go, okay, I got time. You're out in the middle of nowhere by yourself. And that was a pretty interesting thing. So y'all got me, you got me heading in the direction of, I'm going to start telling some of the stories, y'all. Your brother, okay, an ex-boyfriend were together in the same unit. I was going to join myself. Then I had my son. Life took a different direction. I understand. My grandma used to stay at the RV spots on Onslow, and she actually has a fossil she found in Smithsonian now. That's cool. Interesting story. You got to tell that sometime. Dolphin skill. Super cool. Dolphin skull. Okay. Christina says, okay, well, I just wanted to give you my meal. Did you get the L there? Perspective. We, my boy and I, are H. So, Piney Green. Thank you, Truth Warrior. Piney Green. It is the middle of nowhere out there. Reminisce and laugh out loud. Let us hear the stories. I'm listening. Let's see. Let me think of where I was getting ready to go when I decided to cut it off there for a second. So the back gate, Sneed's Ferry. When I first got to the June in '93, and they were taking me grand tour, and I was a young Lance Corporal, just came in from Japan and all that stuff. They took me out, showed me all the different these gates and patrols and how we went around the base and all that stuff. And they showed me photos up in CID of different incidences. But out at the back gate at 172 at Sneed's Ferry, a young Marine, I don't remember if he was leaving base, got in a motor vehicle accident, intoxicated, hit a light pole. This is back before they had the big metal ones that were there when I was there 30 years ago. So I'd say there's still the big metal transfer line tower type lines, but they had telephone pole back then, and they hit this pole, knocked the lines down, landed on his car, and as soon as he stepped out, it electrocuted. I mean, it burned him. And they showed me the photos and showed me exactly where it was at and all that stuff. But yeah, it electrocuted him. That was back in '92. Here's a crazy story. Now, this is going to be long. Y'all got y'all's drinks? Everybody got a drink? Y'all got your popcorn out? So I've had to write and read and tell this story numerous times. And anybody wants to Google it, look it up. I was there. And one of my best friends is part of this whole story. And a couple of weeks ago, he was on my live stream. He was just in the chat and all that stuff. He can verify all of it, all that stuff. Y'all can look it up. Look up the name Bryce DeLon, DELON. Bryce DeLon was a United States Marine, young PFC Lance Corporal probably, who had just came in. I got out in '96, so this had to have occurred '94, '95 time frame. I'm thinking late '95, maybe early '96, to be honest with you, because it's right before I got out. Bryce DeLon was from Texas, and it was told that he was a hitman. And as crazy as that sounds, and that's why, I mean, these stories that we're hearing from all around the country about no way this person did it, no way that person was involved. This is why I'm telling you that anybody can be involved in anything and you just not know it. Had a black book of all the hits that he had done and was never found out. Had a book, a black book. Sequoia, he can verify, back whenever we were in the military, we used to have these little books. And it's like a little record book. We called them our little, even though it wasn't our green monster that we got in boot camp, Little Green Monster was our book of knowledge, and that's where we kept information. So as an officer, military policeman, we would write down people's names and information, date of birth, and all that stuff, and we had contact with them. So just what we did. Well, he had a little black one. It's called the Little Black Book, and it had everybody he'd ever tattooed. He was given tattoos in the barracks, all kind of stuff. Bryce became involved in a young lady, a stripper, like most of us did. We had friends, out at Sneed's Ferry, out the Silver and Gold. Silver and Gold, that was called? Silver and gold, I think is what it was. I'm pretty sure it was. Anyway, he met this young lady who's a stripper, and she was from Hickory, North Carolina, right close to where I was from, which I'm originally from Marion, North Carolina. She was from a little town called Hickory, North Carolina, which is between Marion and where you turn south to go towards Charlotte, a little past Hickory. Gosh, it's been a little while. It's been 30 years since I lived in North Carolina, y'all. Statesville, it's between Statesville and Marion, that's for sure. So anyway, this little town called Hickory. Well, Bryce got involved with this girl, and this girl convinced Bryce, or however you call it, she was married, and Bryce was her boyfriend. And somehow she convinced Bryce that in order for them to be together, they need to get rid of husband. And she set it up that she called her husband and told him to stop by a specific gas station, a grocery store on the way home to pick up some bread, milk, blah, blah, blah. And Bryce was there in the parking lot. And the guy gets out of his car. Bryce walks up behind him, sticks a .45 caliber 1911 to the guy's head, pulls the trigger, kills him right there. Runs and jumps and gets in his car, which the car he had belonged to my best friend, who now lives in Alabama, not Mississippi. I got another buddy that's just as close. He lives in Alabama, which he had worked a deal and traded for this car that Bryce was in for a gun type deal, all that stuff. And so, not to be too specific about that for those purposes, he was in my buddy's car, and he jumped in the car, fled from there in Hickory, headed back towards Camp Lejeune to try to get back to base. And due to him speeding, trying to get away, an APB was put out, a BOLO for that vehicle that witnesses observed him jump into, and North Carolina High Patrol saw him, started chasing him, and he eventually runs. He pulls over the side of the road, and as the officer walks up, he hears a single gunshot, and Bryce took his own life. So, and that was a Marine I served with. And so, these are just kind of things that, and again, you can Google it, and Bryce DeLon, I forget where he's at, from Texas. But yeah, so, and I think they eventually, and I don't remember the girl's name, but there is newspaper articles on that, on her and all that stuff. But I think eventually she was charged with the murder and all that stuff. So, I don't know what it's called, Scarlet Gold. I don't remember, but I hung out there a bunch, and I forget. I forget when that was there. Let me go back up here. Let's see. Piney Green, yeah, reminiscing will let us hear the stories. I'm listening. Stupid autocorrect. My brother and ex were gone on deployment on a Mew, and they actually had a big run-in with the Somalian pirates. That was scary. That'd be interesting to hear. What's his name again? Bryce, Bryce, I believe is how it's spelled. Bryce DeLon, DELON. If I remember the correct spelling, Bryce DeLon. Hickory, North Carolina is where the murder occurred. So, excuse me. What I wanted to say was there is no way a military person would wear freaking reflectors. Anyone could have been paid to do this. Are you talking about the Nancy Guthrie case? I'm not understanding what you're talking about, Christina. Are you seeing from my picture here? Oh, that's the sheriff. That's on my, again, it just, I guess I could have made the video larger for y'all to see me telling my story. That's one of them. Let me think here. Sequoia has changed into his Batman damn outfit. Just for y'all that don't know. I wasn't going to call you out on it, buddy. Now you damn stepped into your damn limelight. Now everybody's going to know you're a storm chaser in the X comments down there. I mean, that's what he does. Just saying, y'all. Who's wearing reflectors? What are you referring to? Sorry, not understanding, Christine. I took logs of my barracks $3 haircuts. That's, I mean, I think he gave haircuts also. But so to finish the story, so whenever after that occurred, hold on, you got them vape them. So they started looking into all this stuff, and they come to the barracks. The FBI, I recall, was involved in this because Bryce, being a military service member, committed a murder. He was an active duty United States Marine and committed this murder. FBI was involved. The Naval Investigative Service, NCIS, Naval Criminal Investigative Service was involved, working with the FBI, and they brought in all kind of people. And being that we were all military policemen, Bryce was a military policeman. Being that we were all military policemen, I mean, they questioned, interrogated, they had us all do an interview. They came, searched our barracks, searched our rooms, searched up, down, and it wasn't just, it was tops, staff sergeants and above searching the barracks. And they ripped everybody's shit out and went through everything. Well, they ended up finding a live grenade in his room. They found all kind of shit in his room during that whole search of all the evidence and all that stuff. And that's how they found out the logs when they interrogated my buddy, because the gun that he used was registered to my buddy, not the car he was in. The car was another friend of ours that he had the car from. The gun was my best friend's, and I think he told me a while back that he was able to go back and get it, but he decided he didn't want it, type thing. So I don't know where it's at. So yeah, I mean, it was a crazy ordeal. A lot of stuff came from it, from that whole situation. Can y'all hear me? Because it's showing over here that my mic is muted, but it's active over here. Can y'all hear me? Obviously you could, because you could up to that point. Wonder why it says muted over there. Strange. It says live on this side, so I don't know. I don't know which sound I'm using, so hopefully I'm using the right one. I don't know which one it is. Thank you, Katie. Let me read the comments here. I've got his case file pulled up to read, so I bet that was tough to deal with. How terrible. Oh, well, that makes it worse. Being the gun registered to him, yeah, you can hear him, but it just sounds different there. Yeah, we can hear you. Lost in the conversation. Yes, the reflective crap. So if you're talking about the Nancy Guthrie case and the reflective stuff on the backpack straps, that's just what was on the backpack. It's the way it designed and all that stuff. And it was only so reflective because the IR blaster is what hit it. You see how this thing makes my camera trip the hell out? This is let me see my mic here. If I move my mic without it falling or anything. You see right there where my finger's at? That is a glow-in-the-dark filament that I printed a thing with. Now watch what happens when this flashlight, that is an IR flashlight. Watch what it does whenever it hits that. I can figure out how to turn stuff here. Sorry, hold on. Okay, you see it right there? Now watch whenever I remove this light. See how it makes that glow in the dark really glow? That's what these type of flashlights. This is an alternative light source. And so you can see all kind of different stuff with alternative light sources, but it really makes glow in the dark stuff glow. I explained this on another video. Sort of ain't going to change too much on me right here. I mean, being I'm a white guy, but on black males, when you can't see their tattoos and you have an IR or a type of alternative light source other than light, that comes on in darkness, it makes those tattoos glow and stand out. So, but same thing that happens, that IR blaster, when he walked on the steps of the house and that IR light kicked on, that reflecting, he can't see it, but visually to the camera, that thing is glowing so damn bright. But to me and you standing there, if we were able to stand in the corner and watch as that occurred, it didn't light up at all. We didn't see it. We would not see it with a naked eye, but that camera picked it up because it's an actual light source that hits that reflection and it illuminates it. It just don't illuminate it to the naked eye. You have to have an IR cutout, which I have an actual GoPro, a knockoff GoPro that has an IR. All cameras, just like our cell phones and all that stuff, has an IR filter built into the cameras. If you take that filter off, then when you turn the IR light on and broadcast it across your front yard at nighttime, you'd be able to see using your camera and shining that flashlight. That flashlight would actually illuminate to the point where your camera picks it up. But all camera filters have a IR filter in there that doesn't allow the IR light to pass through so that the camera can see it, and you can't use it to see in the dark to do whatever kind of stuff that you would want to use one for. They're automatically built in our cameras and all that stuff. But if you remove that, you can see in the dark. You can see, because I have a big IR light on the front of my house that shines across my whole front yard. Just because when we first moved out here, we used to watch wildlife and we'd see all kind of animals moving around at nighttime type deal. So, hang around me. I might tell you a few things. Just saying. Here we heard it all. It's not OPSEC. Again, if you're talking about putting it on the porch, I don't think he was too worried about OPSEC. You can't see any glow in the dark thing right there. Think of it as a big old ink drop is what it's printed out as. Instead of me having to get up there and get it. See all that glow in the dark stuff up there? It'll really glow as soon as I take this light off. Anything that's glowing over there. That's even red glow right there. That's a red glow in the dark filament that I printed that out. And it looks like ink dripping down the sides of my case there. And then that looks like a big ink drop. And there actually on top of it is a 3D printed airbrush looking deal. So it's like this little cool thing. You can see it's glowing back there though. Right there. So how to take them off your phones. You can't without destroying your phone. I'll just leave it at that. No, that's not night mode on the camera. All cameras that are publicly sold, unless you buy one specifically that is not a personal use type device, will have an IR filter inside of it, and it cuts out IR light so it doesn't transmit through it, so you can't use it to see in the dark. You have to modify. You can get on eBay and buy IR modified cameras and all that stuff. You're going to pay out the ass for them, I'll tell you that much, because you have to totally take them apart and remove that IR filter. And it looks like just a simple piece of glass in front of it, but it's actually a filter. If he was trained, that backpack would have never been used. Untrained, I dot for real, idiot. You forgot the 10, the ID 10T, untrained ID 10T, for real. Well, I've had a lot of thoughts on that stuff, and we've had long discussions on all that. So, Monk trumps the tat. Huh? Monk trumps the tat. I think we all agree the Porsche guy wasn't trained, or he would have just sprayed the camera or put something over it to begin with. I agree. Yeah, I just don't feel like getting my ass over there. I'd get it down and show it to you. I've seen it. I've showed it on streams before. There's another one over there too. It looks like a tattoo gun, and it's the same ink thing, but I've just done it in black or red, or I've got it different colors and stuff. One's a airbrush looking gun, one's a tattoo gun, one looks like something else. So I flew as a submarine hunter, so get it all. Yeah, I think that's what Christina's talking about. It's about Monk's intrigue, which I like all the Monk stuff. So, and he puts a lot of time and effort into his stuff too. So, craziness. So, let me have a shot of tea, and now I'll be back. I got to go empty the teapot, y'all. If y'all need to, take 5. We're not hanging up. We're not going nowhere. We're just going to take 5. Go take 5. Let me hit the button here, and I'll turn this view off, and I'll turn the microphone off, and I'll be back. I mean, I don't have microphones like Alex has got. I'm just saying. We're back. We're back, friends. Did y'all get a little break? Let's see here. Where are we at here? We're just hanging out and having us a dandy old time, y'all. You might need a peanut or some tea. Just for the record, we have honey roasted. Anybody needs a little snack? We like the honey roasted peanuts, and we use them. You know, I didn't put anything on the printer still. Just saying. It's 'cause I have to sit there and prep something up and print it. So I haven't done that. I have to think about it. What are we going to print next? What should we print next? I love anything that glows. I used to grow saltwater coral, and all my coral would glow under the blue lights they grew under. Loved it. Beautiful stuff. I love glowy things. Katie, I know you. I'm scared. She says, I love glowy things too. Shot of tea. Make sure to turn that mic off. Yeah, right. In his case, I mean, in Alex's case, it worked in his favor because, oh, of course, my mic's right here. It don't matter if I went to the bathroom. Y'all wouldn't hear it because it's all the way on the other end of my house. Used to do that one time, went to the bathroom with the mic on. Right? Yeah. Yeah, he was so embarrassed. Poor guy. She said, "I'll bless it." She's from South Carolina, y'all. She said, "I'll bless it." If you ain't from around there, you just don't understand. That's a North and South Carolina thing right there. I'll bless it, sweetness. Hold on a second. Let me grab this here thing down from up here, and I'll show it to you. These two options. Hold on one second. I don't have to turn the mic off. Y'all can hear me. And not that I have to turn the camera off, but, you know. Let's see. So I guess I got three options here. So I've got one. I set them up differently as I did them, but I'll show you this one first. Let's see here. We're at there, turn on the lights button. Okay, so this one has no glow. And again, so this right here can come off, and I can stick this gun on that. Either one of these things of glow in the dark. So this right here looks like a tattoo gun, right? And then it's just on black ink. So see how the ink looked like it's splattered and all that stuff? That's the way I printed that out. It's the same ink splatter or paint splatter on all these. And then you can choose either one. That's a airbrush design there with the ink. Now I don't think that's red glow in the dark, but this is definitely glow in the dark filament here, right? That's so bright the camera's not even picking it up, but that's glow in the dark. See, that's glow in the dark. Is that red glow in the dark? So no, that's just regular there. And then this is a black airbrush with obviously glow in the dark filament. So I could take that glow and this glow and put them together, and I put that black one on this red if I wanted to. But I mean, hit this for a second here. See how quick, as soon as it hits it with the light, it immediately makes the glow in the dark. Glow in the dark. So that's what happens. So anytime you use anything glow in the dark, you have one of these blasters here. It'll light it up. So let me put these back over here, and I'll be right back. I got to turn the camera off because I don't want y'all to know where we're at. I don't want y'all to come take one. I might actually have to send this to Alex. It'd be expensive to ship, just saying. But that's right. I know. Somebody might want to come take my goods. Can y'all see this one? It's just in case anybody has any questions. That's the big hand. I need to set this over here next to me or something for all the haters. So when I need to pick it up, I can tell them how I really feel about it. Huh? The art heist. Yeah, maybe I need to set this over here somewhere so people ask, what the hell is sitting next to you? A big black device there. See, it's a... What's up, Trey? Where the hell you been, man? We only been on for like 4 hours now? 3 hours and 41 minutes. So yeah, so this is printed off, and this is actually in two parts because your machine only goes so high. So there's a separation. You see that separation line right there? So you have to print this off in two pieces. You have to slice it and put it together. But yeah, this is for my haters. I'm gonna start writing their names on it, I guess. I'll just start writing everybody's names across here of all my hate folks. Put them on my big finger. Somebody's just bigger than my head, right? What? I just happened to look over and see that comment. You're wrong. Oh, Lady Miller stopping in from the X side of the world. So, hold on one second. Let me put this back up and I'll be right back. I'll leave the mic on, of course. What else? I'm telling y'all, y'all don't even understand the amount of shit I got printed off up here. I'm telling you, I'll just one of these days I'm gonna have to take photos of all the shit that's printed that I've got over here. Again, for a lot of people who've been following me, they've seen some of it. They've seen all the stuff. You guys just don't see how much stuff's on this shelf. Damn it, my hand goes the wrong way. On this shelf right here. Back above my airbrushing station. I built those shelves and my head blocks all that stuff right in there. So that's all the stuff I've got sitting ready to paint, per se. And then I've got that huge table that I just took to my garage and got it in the putty process. So I'm sealing all the cracks and seams and all that stuff. Now I got to sand it down, prime it, and then bring it back in here. And I got to try to figure out how I'm going to paint it because it won't fit in there in that airbrushing station. So what do you do? I mean, what else? What else we got to do? Is this live? What you mean is this live? Hell yes, it's live. What's that finger? It's just a 3D printed thing. So I turned that damn Streamlabs thing off. I'm just telling y'all. I turned it off. And I don't think it may not go in effect until I end the stream and reopen the stream. So that's why y'all are still seeing it. So just be careful what you do, or just understand that it's a bot. I've turned the bot off because it keeps smacking everybody's little pee-pees. So, and then it sends me those messages right there. I don't know if you are seeing that message where it calls me out by name. It says I need to add him back as a moderator in order to remove an action or something like that. So, damn, Katie, I thought you was talking to me there for a second. Then I realized you're talking to somebody else. I mean, it's just weird that you come in and then the first question out of your mouth is, "What is with that finger?" Bro, you ain't seen these fingers. You ain't got to listen far. I'm telling you, you can see that finger's right there. All that shit's up on top of that shelf right down through there. There's a bunch. There's a bunch. A bunch of 3D printed devices. That cabinet right there is full of 3D printed stuff. And actually, the closet over there has got 3D printed stuff. But the 3D printer is all the way in my dining room area and all that stuff. So, run out of room in here quick. So, yes, this is live. That's what that finger is, 3D printed finger. Hold on. For all you new folk that may have never seen, let me introduce you to my life-size ET. Let me figure out which way to go here. If I go this way, there he is right there. See ET? He's up underneath the cabinet there. Can't see his face. I'd have to get the camera down there. And if I pull him out, I already broke his leg one time. I had to move my bag of trash. That's just from all my art stuff, my gloves and all that stuff I throw in there as I'm painting over there. And then I've got that big white piece of paper on the ground because I had that that thing that I'm working on was sitting on that, so I didn't get epoxy and shit on my carpet. You see ET better there now? He's sitting there with his finger up, and his head's way up underneath there. But you have to go to my X account, and you can see him. He's 36 inches tall, I think. Life-size ET. It was 71 or 171. It's on my X. How many hours worth of printing it took to print out all the parts to make ET. This latest one, which is the Tasmanian Devil table. There's all the data for it. I still got to calculate all that. How much time and filament per part. And it was 67 parts minus 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 55 parts of it is, there's two more there. So 53 pieces of it is the actual Tasmanian Devil. And then the other parts are all for the tabletop, which I haven't printed yet because I think I'm going to do like either a piece of glass or something like that. We'll see. See how it goes. So it's my worst damn thing I ever was bought a damn 3D printer, and that some bitch has been running for I don't know how many years now. I just print shit all the time. I mean, I'm always printing something. If you know me long enough, you'll know that my 3D printer is always running. So, yes, we're live. Here he wants to be in charge here. Streamlabs, step backward, playing nice. Tell them what they check you out, Streamlabs. Yeah, it always calls anybody out that for offenses. But it always calls me out too. It was like, hey, put me back in charge, damn it. Nope, you're not getting it. Well, no, it's not that I didn't want to see anybody climbing the walls or anything like that. I just going over there and getting them and all this stuff. Like I said, hell, they're all up there. If you can make it in the house. Just saying. Don't be scared. Can't show that on screen. That was my 3D printed devices, right? I have them all over the house. I don't even know where they're all at, to be honest with you. Well, I'll help you out with some space. You need some send some to me, and I'll send my address. I'm telling you, my wife would oblige you on that. She'll send you a carload right now. That's just what y'all are seeing in here. Y'all haven't seen the shit, the whole horror series that I have printed off that's in my bathroom. I've got all kind of stuff I 3D printed. Some stuff I can't even show on here. So, shut up. I love E.T., right? E.T. I think that's one of my very first favorite movies as a young child was E.T. E.T. Phone Home. We have tickets for STL games for Monday and Tuesday night. My 8-year-old STL games. We have tickets for. Hold on, go. My Rolodex is spinning around right now. Something long. Oh, St. Louis. We have tickets for whatever. You printed that? I need that too. You printed what? I printed out everything you see. All that stuff. Yeah, ET is not for sale. You wouldn't want to pay the money I'd have to have for ET because probably have lost track in my mind. Again, it's all on my X. If you go back in my media page or profile and look back a couple months, I wouldn't be at too many months, but all that data I put in here, how much filament, how much print time, is either, I think it was 171 hours. It has to be 171 hours of printing. And then I took all those parts, you have to glue them all together. And I'm talking, it's not like small parts. These are all big chunks of the body that I can't get myself out the way here. Someday I'll move him to a point where he's always visible on my stream. It's just the way my stream's set up right now. Like if I was looking this way and my cameras were this way, I could put him somewhere over here where y'all can see him all the time. And that's what I'll eventually want to do. Just like at some point, I'm going to print out a life-size figure, whether it be Michael Myers or Jason or Freddy or something like that. And he'll probably stand right there in front of that window door, set of French doors that goes on my back deck, just visible on the screen or something like that. I don't know, It cost me $100 per box for a 10 pack roll box of filament. So fill up that tip jar. That's how I print more stuff, y'all. That's what it's for. I'm just saying. Let's see. I'm losing my mind. I ain't losing my mind. You losing your mind. I ain't losing my mind. My mind's right here. I got it. Don't spam the caps. You know what the hell that 6-7 show up for? Please refrain from spamming caps. Now take you a little 30-second timeout to think about it before you do that again, Christina. I'm sorry. It's still active. You gotta be careful. Don't spam caps. Don't cuss. Don't. You have to say it. You can't type it. If you cuss, you have to put it like extra stuff in there. We have to figure it out. Like capital F, small G, U, C, C. I don't know. Don't let my kids hear that. Oh, so I shouldn't add the K to the end of that. I got another damn warning from y'all. Katie says my daughter is scared of ET. I'd love to tease her with it. I know you told me that. I printed out some small ones. Where did? I don't know if they're back there. I know there's some smaller, like little bitty versions of ET. Sort of the same deal. It's just not done in a bunch of parts. I've got little ETs and all that stuff. You'd get her good with that one in her room when she wakes up. Yeah. 27, by the way. Truth Warrior, you probably have never seen all my other stuff, that, especially the stuff that's behind that door right there. See that right there? That is now that Peggy's gone to sleep, I can show you all this. That is a Pennywise face. I've got two versions of it. Let me grab it. You know, I enjoy showing this shit to y'all, so just hang on. Oh, you made the whole damn structure fall. I had all these guys set up over here, and of course, you just wanted to see something, so I had to go get it for you. That's a Pennywise I did right there. See, it's a 3D printed one, so it sort of sticks out the wall. I'm going to take this over to my son and daughter-in-law's house and stick it in her closet, so whenever she goes in to get her clothes one morning, she pulls her damn clothes apart, you know, picking out her outfit for the day. She'll see that some bitch right there staring at her, scared the hell. She hates clowns too, by the way. But so this is what I'm talking about. So, for instance, this right here is the same thing, just printed a lot smaller. Let me see if I can move it to the white, so the white balance of the camera picks it up. See how small he is compared to that one. So you can change how big you want to print something and all that stuff. So this is the very first thing I painted whenever I started painting, and I actually dropped him and broke him. See him right there? I think one of my cats knocked him off the wall or something happened, and he hit the ground and he broke. So I got to epoxy him back in place. But I did that all before airbrushing. I did that by hand with markers and all that kind of stuff. So still got to paint this one. This is a cool ass shelf I did. I bronzed this one. Still haven't hung it up yet because I'm always streaming now. I ain't got time to do the stuff I need to do. Sorry. I'm holding it crooked and the camera's crooked. So that's Jason Voorhees shelf that's 3D printed, the whole thing, and I just bronzed it with bronze paint. So I wish I could show y'all ET down there with the camera. I have to do it sometime. There's a gremlin I did. Incredible Hulk I just finished here just a couple weeks ago. Sometimes when I say I'm finished with them, I haven't decided I'm finished with them. I see stuff and I learn a new technique and I'll try that out. So I'm still working on stuff, y'all. Another version of Pennywise I'm working on. And who likes Gizmo? Or do you like the gremlin instead? Okay, so that's enough of that because I'm not even carrying all those ones from up there down. That's all superheroes there. There's Spider-Man, who's on top of the Empire State Building stand. that I still got to finish. There's Captain America. There's Batman. There's all kind of stuff. Y'all just keep me busy. That's STL is a file, just for the record. STL files is what 3D printers are printed from, but I don't know what that's what you're talking about. Let me go on down here. America, come on. I don't know. St. Louis Cardinals. So I guess I was close. I don't know what STL is either, is what Truce was saying. St. Louis. I wasn't the Christina that needed warned, just saying, is what she says. I don't know what. See, now it's crazy because whoever just made a comment right now, it made the ring noise in my ear to tell me there's a new comment, but it's not doing it for everybody. So I don't know. Truth Warrior, you've been commenting all kind of stuff, but it didn't come through. So I'm trying to catch up to y'all's comments. Yeah, tell her, Christina, it's a bot. And yes, it was warning you about the typing cast. Just keep that in mind next time. Be careful. Yeah, that's right. It didn't give you a timeout because I haven't added it back as the moderator. But if I were to do the moderator, it would smack you. Thank you. That's awesome. That's crazy cool. All scary. Well, the making part of it, for me, I don't make the STL files, is what that is. STL file is what the printer uses to print the actual things out. So here's my 3D printer setup right here. See some of my photography in the background. For those of you who don't know, yeah, I'm a hobby photographer, wildlife photographer. So you can see some of my prints right there on the walls. My house is full of my 3D, my photography prints too. Just saying. But this is my 3D printer. That right there's a red light comes on to tell me something moving down my driveway, way down there. So when I print something out from my computer in this room, out there is where my 3D printer's at, and I can set up the file. That's what all this information is. So, for instance, there's that. That's what the 3D file looks like to print out that Marine Corps logo thing that I printed and showed y'all earlier. So that's what this is, all the information about that you can change and set with the file. And like over here, when I just a little bit off the screen right here, this edge on my screen, I still have the rest of the screen. There's a little tab right here you pull down, and I can show you down here at the bottom. See this down here? There's a slider. There's the same one that goes up and down on the other side. And if I use that slider to go up and down, watch the screen there. Watch the screen here, and you can see each layer height of 3D print. And so this is the way a 3D printer prints. See how it's showing, hopefully it's showing, this is only 12 layers. So each one of those is a layer. See how it's bringing the colors and stuff like that? So as I bring this thing down, you'll see the layers. That's what it's printing each time it moves up and down. So it prints, I'm going up now. So we're sort of filling the model back in. So it prints that as a layer each time until it gets to the finished product, and then that's what you see. So a 3D printer works on a flat plane. So think of it flat, and as it prints, it goes around here and it runs through this, all this stuff, you know, like this right here, and it builds it up. And so as it builds it up, it moves up a layer and it does a whole new print. And so that's how you get your layers. So that's what the software of a 3D printer looks like. So that's what those things will look like when they're done. And that's done in white. You can change the color. That it does by changing the color on this thing right here. It doesn't change the color out there. It changes based on what color I put into each one of these slots on my printer, whatever color the spool is. So even though it says white right there, if I stick a black roll in there, it's going to print it in black because that's the slot it chose. that right there just tells me what color I've got in the printer type thing. And it's not accurate because y'all just saw I just printed in black. So, but you notice it's a different kind of filament. So it has different heat and temperature and bed heat stuff to keep it stuck to it. So this one right here may only be at 40 degrees Celsius, whereas this one right here heats up and prints at 65 degrees Celsius. So it's all that stuff. And so there's so many things you can modify right there in the printing process. And so just like this here, I click on this right now. If I click on this button right here, it tells me I printed it at 175% scale. If I take and change this down to 50% scale, that's how big it would print it compared to that plate. So, and that plate's that whole big thing there. So does that make sense to everybody? Anybody interested in 3D print? And I can show you how to do all this stuff sometime on a 3D printer. Answer your questions on 3D printers. Because now I know I can show you the software and all that stuff over here. So, but that doesn't matter as long as you know what size you're printing something. So like, if I wanted this to match every time, if I'm printing, you know, how many ever of them I wanted to print for somebody, see how big 100% would be. That's what 100%. So in comparison to the one I printed at 175%, which is almost double the whole distance of this right here. So that's how big I would print one per se for people type deal. So that's all that stuff. Hey, I'm just one of those guys that likes to help people. I mean, you know, I'm not that crazy lunatic that everybody thinks I am on X or whatever. I'm actually a nice damn guy, right? Let's see. That's crazy cool. Oh, scary. You're talented. Again, that's where I got that comment. And that's what I was telling you. So in order for me to print something, I have to go get the STL file that somebody else has designed. They're the one who has designed it. And that's why you have to pay for some things if you're going to print them off and sell them. So if I want to sell 50 batches of that thing over, technically, even if I wanted to sell one of those things, if that person required. Now, some people put their stuff out with a free use license, with a free use, no copyright per se and all that stuff. Other things you'll find, if you want to print this out for yourself, you can do it. Here's the free file to do it. But if you want to print it out to sell it, and you're going to sell it in a store or an online store or blah, 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 even as a printed, not painted, not done anything like that, then technically you would have to buy the license for that thing from them to use their file for purposes. But just saying, let's say that somebody needed something printed out and they wanted to donate to my filament fund and they had a request of special sorts. I didn't sell you shit. You bought me filament. That's all it was. Just saying, right? So there's ways around stuff. That's amazing. Very cool. I want you to print me up an owl. I've seen some different owls, and sometimes again, I'll show you some different owls and stuff like that. That right there is a bald eagle. That right there is a bald eagle. There's another, I think a bald eagle right on my shelf over there somewhere that I'm working on currently. See, you're hearing the ding for new comments. I didn't know if y'all were hearing that ding or not, but yeah, sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. Katie Babe says, want to support the channel? You can leave a tip for Captain Kevin, man. Appreciate Katie throwing it all out there. Manny many talents. Well, just a guy who can't sit fucking still, okay? I get bored and I got to find something to do. And I ain't never done drugs. I'm just saying. I've smoked marijuana before I was 18, joined the Marine Corps. But since I signed that affidavit that said I haven't done any drugs, I haven't done any drugs. So, okay, I want a C, a P, a C, an A, a P. anything again. I do have knowledge on this topic. I won't cut lines. Sorry. Cut lines. Them ladies, they'll get you. Yeah, don't type in caps until I get that issue resolved. And once it's resolved, I'll get it removed again until I turn off the stream, which we've been streaming for 4 hours and 10 minutes. It's not like we plan on going anywhere anytime soon. When I look up and all y'all are passed out laid over like thimbles on your sides and not wiggling, then I guess I know time for me to shut my damn mouth, right? Yeah, I'll get it figured out. I've got it taken off. I did it on my YouTube, but until I stop the stream and restart it, it won't take effect. So it's sort of working right now. Yeah, reading the comment, oh, you should do a hall call, so it's spiritual for me. If I could find one type deal, you know, again, it's one of those things where, yeah, I mean, I'd love to try different stuff, and I'm still learning the airbrushing stuff right back over here. That's where all my airbrushing stations set up. So I learn new techniques and tricks and watch people's YouTube videos when I have time and learn how to do different techniques on adding stuff, using inks and dyes and all that stuff instead of paint. So there's all kind of things that effects you can do with stuff. So I'm learning that, but it's a process. Got it, Christina? I hope you got it. I'm sorry, but that's just the way it is. That Streamlabs is just, it's beneficial to me to have it. I get it, but you know, if it keeps making people upset, we're gonna have to do something about it. And we just have to weigh in on Katie and the other mods that I haven't seen in a few days. So we might be making some changes soon. Y'all know some people. Just saying. I didn't realize I would keep me from calling or messaging avid follower. At Streamlabs must be maybe that's what happened to Peggy earlier, y'all. Because poor Peggy, but did she get struck down for anything? But still, I think the longest thing that Streamlabs did was a 30-second. It's not like it kicks them out or anything like that. So I'm sorry. It has a mind of its own. I'm trying to change it. So unfortunately, but we're working on that stuff. Okay. What do y'all want to do now? I had someone the other day who likes to type in all caps, and I understand because maybe it's harder and easier for them to see. It's harder for them to see, but it's easier when they have all caps on because if they're on a phone, like I'm at a computer, and some people are on a phone, and I understand it's much easier for them to see because of sight deficiencies or whatever, or you know, glasses wise and all that stuff. So I get it. Yeah, that's all it does. Is it gives them a warning. Some things it'll give you a warning. Some things it'll give you a warning again with a 6-second timeout, I think is what it shows. And then next time it'll give you a 30-second timeout. So I don't know. So y'all see all the interesting stuff I do. And then somehow in all that stuff, you guys, you know, I'm over there, right there, doing some airbrush and painting, trying to get these things done, 3D printing constantly going, running 24/7. I mean, some prints. Something I printed the other day was 30 something hours. I turn that sucker on, just let it go. I'll walk away and it does its thing. I can check on it from my phone anywhere in the world as long as I have an internet connection. I look right there where I was showing y'all that camera. Looks right there at it. It's built into the machine, so I can see it. I can stop it. I can pause it. If you stop it, it stops and it loses its memory on where it was at. If you just pause it, you can restart it and it goes right back to print. But if you stop it, it's done. You got to pull that piece off and start all over, or learn where the layer line is, what position it's at, and then start your machine. You cut it on your software and then print that next section, which there's some of the models I've had to do. You know, you had to print up to here and it's all good, and then it goes to print a hand. You've got to put a support underneath there and all that shit, the spaghettis. And now you've got a jacked up pan, so now you got to go back and figure out how to cut it to where that hand is right, but you got to cut it to where it's proper, to where it's already printed, so you can finish printing the rest and then glue them together. So, I think it was 171 hours. Again, it is on my X for sure. I remember typing out and putting how much filament and how many hours, but I do have it wrote down. Excuse me. I do have it wrote down, just like on this. I did a piece of paper, but it's at my old desk, still in there. And I'm pretty sure it's over 171 hours. Well, then, once you got it all printed out and glued together, and everything doesn't print perfect, and so you have to fill in all your gaps and figure out a way to do all that. Once you putty it and all that stuff, let that set up, and then go spray some primer on it. And then I painted this one still out in my garage. I did it actually right there is a large can of the color. It's like a mocha chocolate color right there on my desk, and it's actual acrylic, like apple barrel paint, but in a big can. I think I used half of that thing, putting the original coat of paint on it, and then from there, this is way before I was doing airbrushing. I tried to learn how to technique. My wife was trying to teach me how to do dry brushing and all that stuff. I just can't. I never could get that stuff. The concept of, okay, you dab a little paint on it and then you rub it on your thing over here, and then you paint with it. And I'm like, well, I just wiped all the paint off. It ain't gonna paint shit. So it just never. I never could get it to work. Well, I've been watching videos and listening, and I'm finally learning dry brushing. So I've dry brushed a lot of these different things you're seeing now, just like the sniper and stuff like that, to add the details. And I'm learning and I'm figuring it out. It's going to take time, but I'm getting there on the dry brushing, not getting too much brush paint on your brush and all that stuff. So, so I'm learning all that stuff. Let's see, what does it say here? Wow. Christine says, no, I don't StreamYard. I just wanted to call. That's all I meant. I don't YouTube for this case. No worries. Again, if I was using StreamYard, the software for me, not that you would have to do it, then I could do the call-in thing because it has my phone number for my Google Voice that I use. That bright light you're seeing right there pointing at my fingers, that's my third screen that's underneath my main screen. There's a screen down there, and it's got the phone on it. And so I can boop, 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 call you. And then if I had your number, I could call you. Or if you want to call me, I could tell you my number. I have it posted on my StreamYard link. And you can dial up them digits, and it'll ring right here in my ear. And everybody can hear it because it's an app, Google Voice. But unfortunately, I'm not on StreamYard tonight. I'm on Streamlabs. And Streamlabs, I have to build all that up in order to be able to use it. So I've already explained all that stuff. Unfortunately, like 4 hours ago. It's for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Just saying. Not that I wouldn't explain it to you again, because I'm a very damn nice person. And if you just need to know, I would explain it. But yeah, I mean, it's not often that I do call-ins, just in the sense of nobody's just ever been interested in calling in and talking to me. Everybody just rather hear the conversation by myself and just let me talk. I'm just saying. So, but just for you, I'll get on that. I will try to get that fixed so you can call in and tell me whatever you need to call me or what to tell me or whatever. Just know it's a recorded line. And if it's good and entertaining, shit, I'll probably rebroadcast that stuff to the world. Just saying. And you don't have to be on camera or anything like that. But with StreamYard, yeah, you would have to have the software to use that part. But I have the ability to answer the phone through StreamYard that I don't have that I'm using right now on Streamlab that you're seeing me on. So, please come back to the channel anytime. Enjoy your conversation. Thanks for stopping in there, Christina. So, 2:22 there. I understand. If y'all need to get in bed, it's 1:30. It's getting close to me. Y'all seen me yawn a couple times. I constantly see 111 or 1111 all the time. Yeah. Just for the record, I'm reading Truth Warriors comment here. It says, I do too. And 1234, she says her grandpa passed away on Valentine's Day at 1234 a.m. 1234, 1234. So that's a special time to see for me also. My grandfather and Michael Jackson both passed away on my birthday. Just saying. That's also why I mentioned the Hawk. Ever since he passed, the Hawk follows my husband on his motorcycle anytime he's riding. What kind of Hawk? Do you know specifically what kind? We're going to need to know that. You're going to have to. I have a few Hawks in my photography section on X. You probably have to go back a little ways, but I've got red tail, red shoulder Hawks, red tail Hawks, red shoulder Hawks. On my Facebook is where I have over 18,000 of my images on my Kevin D. Tipton photography on Facebook. So if y'all want to follow me, go back and look at all my pictures from years ago. I haven't uploaded most recent stuff to there just because I've been on X and all that stuff. But there is over 18,000 images there. Flickr. I changed those links out on my X account, so now it shows my YouTube page, which is what y'all see me on, most of you. So, social media, and I'm just a dude that likes talking, I guess. So, well, book to book my number. Book to book. Son's birthday's off Valentine's Day, so that's crazy. Yeah, it's Red Tail Hawk, she says. See, slow. Sometimes the stuff they say, but yeah, I do have photos of Red Tail Hawks, but I'll look and see what I can find STL wise. Yeah, no big deal. I mean, you don't have to come on camera. It's all that stuff. So, just for the record, I mean, we're not up there in the JLR stuff yet. We don't have the ability to do all this special stuff JLR does. We're just trying to get our followers and friends to be here. So anytime you get a chance, you tell your friends, come over and check out that dude. He's a little crazy. He's pretty cool, though. And just come hang out with me and my friends. Yeah, we'll look and see what we can find for you, Miss Truth Warrior. Okay, let's go 4 minutes more. And that way we all can turn in. We can have a good day. We'll stream all damn day tomorrow. We'll talk about whatever y'all want to talk about. Again, I'll come in tomorrow. I'll try to at least. I'll get a feel for what people are saying on X and all that stuff. A lot of people are in bed right now, so you know what I'm saying. Whether I come on Streamlabs or StreamYard, and we'll go from there. But you know, hey, we've had a lot of fun talking to each other. Y'all hit the comments and I hit the voice and we talk and discuss it. So if you see any of my cousins, tell them I said hello. They'll be over in the damn monkey section. We got some gorillas over there. They're not related to me though. They're silverback. I'm silver chin. Just saying. So if you see any of my family, just let them know I said hello. Which let's see, you're in Gaffney. What zoo would you be going to? Oh, honey, I'm telling you. I get some of my Marine Corps buddies on here and we start telling some stories. Y'all gonna be like, holy shit, how are they not in jail? I mean, alleged, right? Alleged. Matter of fact, I think I'm past the 30-year statute limitation mark on some stuff. I'm just saying. I'm just kidding. We ain't that damn crazy. Just saying. I passed background check many times, folks. Yeah, just run up behind one of them, smack them on the ass, and tell them that's from the Kev man. He says hello. I hate the small letters on text. Yeah, I understand, and I'm sorry. Again, tonight when we finish this and we come back tomorrow, hopefully all that stuff's taken care of. And for people, caps don't bother me. I piss people off on X all the time typing in caps. And what they don't realize is it's my damn post. I'll type how I freaking want to post. You know, I'll put it in there. If I want to type in all caps, shit, I'll do more than that. Don't get me riled up now. It's time to go to bed. Much love to you and friends. So, I got a funny Marine story to tell you another time. Can I chat? Yeah. Hey, anybody can send me a DM anytime. People send me DMs all the time. I choose whether I respond or not. I'm just saying, you know. Now, don't get pissed off at me when I don't see it for a couple hours and you're like, I sent you a damn message 3 hours ago. It don't send me a notification. It just so happens that sometimes, because I always leave mine open. I don't ever turn off my X. It's running in the background right here. So I don't know what has to happen for it to update and see that, hey, you've got a new DM. And so I don't always get the alert or the little bell notification over there because I do all this on the computer. My cell phone's for other purposes. My cell phone's right here. And so I don't do that on X unless I'm like taking a picture of like something, some salsa I made or something like that. I'll take a picture, get on X and upload it that way. But other than that, everything I do is on a computer because I like seeing shit too. I've got 3 monitors. Thankfully, I got multiple monitors here, a lot more than that. But I've run out of wall space, folks. So, yeah, feel free to see it. Just bear with me and give me some time. I'll get back to you if I read it and don't respond. That just means I have no response to whatever you say, per se. You know, I have 37 something thousand people that follow me on X. It's hard to get to everything all at one time. So it's because I put a spell on you, Christina. That's why your autocorrect's not working. I didn't. Don't call people and say, what the hell's up with this guy? So bam, 4 hours and 30 minutes, y'all. We made it 4.5 hours on a stream before. Just saying. So with that being said, see, Katie, I looked at my DMs a while back and missed one 172 weeks ago. Oh, it's a good thing I didn't send you that money from damn Zimbabwe, because you didn't claim it in time. I already sent that to somebody else now. Just saying. Okay, it's 2:30 in the morning for you East Coasters. 1:30 for me. It is 12:30. That's why Katie's ass is always up. Her ass is up in Colorado. She's an hour behind. It's just 12:30 to her. I've got some West Coasters. That's why they're still 2 hours behind me. So it's just 11:30 to them. That's why they're always sliding. Just like damn Shane up in the Pacific Northwest. That's why her ass is up to us always on X all damn nights, because she's 2 hours behind. So if she hasn't been in any of my chats, I'm about to smack her in a good way. Just saying. Katie? It's midnight. It was, wasn't it? It was 1, 2, 3, 4. Just saying. RN, which for all y'all who are in, I don't have a problem saying the damn name, Richard Nolette, and creepy green van footage. I tried to fix it, sent it to the FBI. Yeah, Richard Nolette is what Cruz was saying there too. He was in 857's stream. Was he in 857's? 857's chat, I think, earlier, and he goes by something different now, and he says he's that. We haven't vetted him, so we haven't vetted out who he is. Something monkey something, not righteous monkey, something other monkey something, I think is what it is. I don't know, but that's some crazy stuff in itself, yeah, you know, but I don't know, y'all. Monterey Spike, you got it, Katie. See, Katie's the brains of this here operation, y'all. That's why I made her a moderator, because she's the only one can keep me damn straight. My wife don't do all this stuff, so that's a whole different business. When that camera goes off, she's the one that keeps me straight. But when I'm here right now, Katie's the one that keeps me straight. So Monterey Spike is the name. Just saying that. Again, we haven't proved that. We don't have no way to prove it. So my email, it's hotwire405@gmail.com. Don't be saying no crazy stuff. I'll drive my ass to South Carolina. I know where you at. I'll find you. I'll stand up on top of that damn Peach's ass's water tower and call you out. Truth Warrior, where you at? Send me the Truth Warrior. Coming to find you. Just saying. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it a night. We did 4 hours and 34 minutes right there. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Thanks for the fun, the questions, the comments, and making it happen. It's always much easier when people are engaged, whether it be 2 or 3 of y'all over here in the chat. That's what we're all about. We've been hanging out and just having us a dandy old time. So I appreciate y'all. Make sure you hit that like, subscribe, and turn on those notifications so you know the next time I go live, because you never know. I could be airbrushing. I could be following a case and talking to somebody. I'm going to start doing a little streaming now since I've got it finally set up on my phone. I can actually stream live like the big boys out there driving around town. One day I might take you on a trip around Norman, Oklahoma and show you where the University of Oklahoma's at, the National Weather Service, James Garner Boulevard, all these different things of Norman, Oklahoma. So sometime y'all want to do that, we shall do that. So, friends, I thank you. And I'm going to roll the outro right now, and I'll see you on the next one. Much love.
Thank you, everyone, and I will see you on the next live stream.
Thank you to everyone that supports my adventures with your subscription to my photography content on X at Hotwire405.